Chapter 1006. Standing on the roof, Xiao Yan casually glanced at the countless strange-looking tentacles that still covered more than half of the ship. The corner of his mouth slowly curled into a cold smile. While the others were staring at him, Xiao Yan tapped the roof with the tip of his foot. His figure suddenly shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared at the top of the ship. From here, he could clearly see the rapidly spreading tentacles. At the same time, he could also clearly see the huge bodies of the two giant beasts outside the tentacles. Two intermediate 9-star Do-D beasts, their strength is not weak. Xiao Yan sighed softly in his mouth. Immediately, he violently charged out of the formation from a spot where the tentacles were denser in front of everyone's eyes. With a bang, a large number of tentacles turned into fragments that filled the sky and fell down in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yan's figure had already appeared outside the large formation and was facing the two bramble sea lions. Everyone on the deck eyed Xiao Yan, who had easily destroyed the bramble sea lion's tentacle. Their eyes involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. At the same time, a thread of hope once again rose from the bottom of these people's hearts, which were originally filled with despair, because of Xiao Yan. Bang! At this moment, the two 9-star Do-D were the first to launch an attack. The surging Do-Chi condensed into two powerful Do skills and fiercely bombarded the tentacles, shattering a large number of tentacles. With this scene appearing again, the surrounding people on the deck were immediately encouraged. One by one, they stood up and led by the hope that rose in their hearts. With scarlet eyes, they used all their strength to display their trump cards. The continuous bombardment caused the hearts of these people to be unconsciously united. The strength that came from the bottom of their hearts caused them to quickly become tacit. Their attacks were no longer chaotic. Instead, they formed a kind of special tacit understanding. For a moment, they actually succeeded in forcing the remaining tentacles to retreat. This also caused the hearts of these people to become even more fiery. Like a spark of hope, at this moment, was burning fiercely in the tentacles. The fire of hope was rising higher and higher, like a prairie fire, rose in the hearts of these people. This was called, a single spark can start a prairie fire. And the person who lit this spark was Xiao Yan, who was currently being chased by the two giant beasts outside the formation. Chi chi chi. The sound of air breaking was like raindrops that densely resounded in Xiao Yan's ears. Thick tentacles rapidly flew in front of and behind Xiao Yan. The tentacles that should have touched Xiao Yan's body were easily dodged at the most critical moment. As for those that could not be dodged, Xiao Yan easily destroyed them. Xiao Yan, bye. When the countless tentacles tightened around each other, Xiao Yan's body was bound tightly. It was no surprise. The countless tentacles already possessed an extraordinary toughness under the support of Do-Chi. Adding the fact that they were bound in such a manner, it was likely that even a 9-star Do-D would not be able to escape within a short period of time. At this moment, the two giant beasts also grabbed this opportunity to extend even more tentacles. Under the cover of Do-Chi, they carried an incomparably sharp aura as they penetrated through the air and viciously pierced toward the bound Xiao Yan. In such a situation, once those tentacles penetrated one's body, even if one did not die, it would definitely leave behind quite a serious injury. This scene was naturally seen by the crowd on the deck, who had already gotten rid of most of the tentacles. Immediately, everyone's hearts involuntarily clenched together. Currently, Xiao Yan could be said to be their spiritual support. Once the latter was defeated in this manner, this group of people who had just pulled themselves together with great difficulty would once again collapse to the ground in the blink of an eye. If they were dispirited again this time around, they would no longer have the possibility of standing up again. Buzz buzz buzz. However, just as those tentacles firmly bound Xiao Yan, within a short span of a few breaths, everyone clearly saw numerous dazzling golden lights shoot out from deep within the cluster of tentacles. Soon after, numerous cracks swiftly spread from the countless tentacles. Without waiting for more tentacles to shoot toward Xiao Yan, the large cluster of tentacles that bound Xiao Yan suddenly exploded with a muffled bang. Dang 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 dang. Soon after, intense collision sounds once again sounded. Those tentacles covered in Do-Chi violently collided with Xiao Yan's body. His body, which was covered in golden light, did not move at all. On the other hand, those tentacles that collided with the golden light suddenly exploded in an instant. The collision between the two was as weak as an egg striking a rock. After a few minutes of intense collision, Xiaoyan's body still did not move at all. Even the golden light on the surface of his body did not scatter at all. This was the dominance of the golden elephant's skill. Hua! Seeing this scene, the people on the ship immediately burst into an uproar. At the same time, a blazing fire of hope ignited in their eyes, and their attacks became even more ferocious. Ha! At a certain moment, Xiaoyan, who was in the sky, suddenly let out a violent roar. The invisible sound wave seemed to contain a powerful force. Wherever it passed, those tentacles that were charging toward the ladder once again broke inch by inch. I'm still in a hurry, so I won't play with you guys anymore. As the faint sentence fell from his mouth, Xiaoyan waved his sleeve. The dense white flames immediately turned into a raging wave of flames, sweeping toward the tentacles that wrapped around the ship in an overwhelming manner. Soon after, everyone on the ship clearly saw that wherever the flames passed, all the tentacles were strangely frozen. Then, under the shocked gazes of these people, they shattered into countless ice shards and fell into the vast sea. In just a short moment, those tentacles that were wrapped around the ship a moment ago had all fallen into the sea. At the same time, the ship also regained its original control. That's Heavenly Flame? A flame that can freeze things. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the bone-freezing flame, ranked 11th on the Heavenly Flame list. Who exactly is he, to be favored by the Heavenly Flame? Suddenly, the people on the ship recognized the flame and could not help but be curious about Xiaoyan. Of course, more than this, was naturally the latter's timely intervention and saving their lives. At the same time, Xiaoyan's figure appeared above the head of a bramble sea lion in a ghost-like manner. When the latter saw that Xiaoyan had arrived in front of it, it opened its bloody mouth and viciously bit at Xiaoyan. At the same time, another bramble sea lion in the sky behind Xiaoyan also shot out countless tentacles. They were like a rain of arrows that filled the sky as they furiously shot at Xiaoyan. In response to the attack behind him, Xiaoyan blasted out with his palm. The flame palm print rose sharply against the wind and easily swallowed the countless tentacles. Then, his body suddenly rushed down, dodging the attack of the bramble sea lion below, landing on the latter's head. His hands clenched into fists, blue veins popping out, and a terrifying power suddenly condensed in the palm of his hand. Then, he mercilessly smashed down. Bang! The fist fell and immediately left a huge pit on the beast's head. Its flesh and blood were separated, revealing the white bones. The giant beast's huge body, which was above the surface of the sea, sank uncontrollably. Half of its body directly sank into the sea, and a huge footprint was left on its broad back. Before the giant beast could struggle again, Xiaoyan continued to attack. His right hand spread out, and the douqi condensed in the palm of his hand. Soon, it turned into a thumb-sized black light spot. Great Heaven Creation Palm. With a low shout in his heart, Xiaoyan's right palm fell on the head of the bramble sea lion. A terrifying devouring power suddenly spread out, and the giant beast below him roared. In a short moment, it was completely submerged in the Great Heaven Creation Palm. Even the surrounding sea was swallowed by the Great Heaven Creation Palm. The seawater poured in, and the ship, which had just stabilized, shook violently. The people on the ship were shocked. When they came back to their senses, the thorny sea lion, which was originally at the stern of the ship, was nowhere to be seen. What a terrifying Dou skill! In an instant, everyone on the ship was shocked. Even the other bramble sea lion also felt the terror of this human. Its huge body quickly turned and dived. As the sea churned, half of its body had already sunk into the sea in the blink of an eye. Huh! Is it trying to escape? Its speed is quite fast. It is worthy of being the top magical beast in the sea. Xiaoyan whispered in surprise. He wanted to turn around and get on the ship, but then he raised his eyebrows. The bramble sea lion's speed in the sea was extremely fast. If he could tame it and use it to pull the ship forward, wouldn't the speed of reaching their destination be reduced by a lot? With this thought, Xiao Yan suddenly grinned. He looked at the giant beast, whose back had just sunk into the sea, and its body suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into the sea under the surprised gazes of the people on the ship. This guy, could it be that he wants to kill that bastard? That thing had tormented us quite a bit just now. It is understandable for him to have such thoughts. Everyone frowned as discussions rang out. At the same time, their hearts, which had been tense for an entire day, finally began to slowly relax. However, after a short while, the sea surface, which had just calmed down, suddenly began to churn intensely. Soon after, the huge body of the bramble sea lion once again surged out from the sea. The faces of the people on the ship, who had yet to catch their breath, changed drastically. Everyone mobilized the little remaining dou qi in their bodies. Their eyes were alert as they looked at the giant beast that had appeared in front of them. However, at a certain moment, a sharp-eyed person in the crowd suddenly discovered that there was a black-robed human figure standing on the head of the bramble sea lion. When everyone followed his gaze and looked over, sure enough, that human figure was undoubtedly Xiao Yan. As for the bramble sea lion at this moment, it did not show any signs of resistance under his feet. Although its huge body still gave people an infinite visual impact, the terrifying bloodthirsty aura from before had completely disappeared. The people on the ship could not help but inexplicably think that the latter at this moment was like a well-behaved lion. What is going on? Xiao Yan gently stomped his feet while everyone was feeling surprised. The enormous beast under his feet immediately obediently sent him to the edge of the boat. Xiao Yan immediately boarded the boat in front of the cautious gazes of everyone on the boat. He immediately smiled and said, "Let's go. Everyone, for the rest of the journey, let this big guy pull the ship for us. I believe that with it pulling the ship, the time we take to reach our destination should be reduced by more than half." As soon as these words came out, everyone on the ship was shocked. Their gazes were filled with disbelief as they looked at the giant beast in front of them. They did not dare to believe that this giant beast, which wanted to drag them to the bottom of the sea a moment ago, would actually become their labor at this moment. "Mister, it won't have any problems, right?" Two 9-star Dodi walked forward while supporting each other. They respectfully cupped their hands to Xiao Yan and then carefully asked. This was also the problem that everyone present was worried about. After all, the bramble sea lion was best at dragging its prey into the depths of the sea. If Xiao Yan's actions were to backfire and the bramble sea lion took advantage of it and dragged their ship into the sea, then the result would be unbearable for everyone on the ship. And for this point, Xiao Yan seemed to have expected it. Please rest assured that there will definitely be no problems." With a slight smile, Xiao Yan's gaze swept across everyone present. His face was full of a confident smile. Seeing the latter like this, most of the people on the ship hesitated for a moment before heavily nodding their heads in agreement. After all, the strength that Xiao Yan had previously displayed had already proven everything for him. His persuasiveness was undoubtedly stronger than the two 9-star Dodi controlling the ship. Moreover, there were indeed many people in the crowd who were eager to give it a try. After all, they had never seen a magical beast in the sea pulling a ship. Now that they had the opportunity to experience it, how could they not be moved? As for those who were still worried, they also chose to nod their heads in affirmation after struggling for a while. Seeing everyone nod their heads, Xiao Yan immediately smiled with satisfaction. He turned around and ordered the giant beast behind him. The latter immediately twisted its body obediently and came to the front of the ship. It used its countless tentacles to pull the hull of the ship. Immediately, under the surprised gazes of the people on the ship was indeed pulled by the bramble sea lion and sailed towards the depths of the North Sea at an even faster speed. Chapter 1007. The Snake Island was the largest island in the North Sea that was close to the North Sea. It was a place that all practitioners had to pass through on their way to and from the North Sea. At the same time, it was also the location of a branch of Ryuzawa Square, which was the destination of Xiao Yan and the others. The Snake Island got its name from the shape of the island, which looked like a huge snake. There was also another saying, which was that there were countless dragon snakes on the upper level of the Snake Island that had fallen here. That was how it got its name. But no matter what, it did not affect the fame of the Snake Island in the North Sea. The entire island was circular, like a pagoda. Perhaps it was because of its name, but all the buildings on the island were arranged in a circle, like a giant snake. Of course, it was also because of the terrain. On the other side, the ship was being led by the Bramble Sea Lion. Its speed was naturally several times faster. The journey that would have taken 2 months was now under the lead of the Bramble Sea Lion. In just 1 month, the people on the ship could already see the huge island on the horizon. This made the people on the ship very happy. At the same time, they were also surprised by the speed of the Bramble Sea Lion. Other than this, everyone on the ship, including the 2 9-star Daoist, felt admiration for Xiao Yan, who had caused all of this, from the bottom of their hearts. Who would have thought that an ordinary-looking young man would have such powerful strength? The 2 Bramble Sea Lions were each comparable to a 9-star Daoist in the middle stage. Even so, in the hands of the former, they were defeated in just a short time. He easily killed one of the Bramble Sea Lion and even used shocking methods to make the other one listen to his orders. Everyone on the ship knew that if it wasn't for the Bramble Sea Lion leading the way, they wouldn't have been able to get here in such a short time. Along the way, because of the Bramble Sea Lion, all the powerful sea beasts that they encountered along the way were scared away by the Bramble Sea Lion before they could do anything. This was also thanks to Xiao Yan. Up until now, everyone on the ship, including the people who attacked Xiao Yan for the pills, were all in awe of him. This kind of awe wasn't just because he saved their lives, it came from the bottom of their hearts. It came from the respect they had for a truly powerful person. By noon, the ship had already arrived at the Snake Island. Looking at the island that was getting closer and closer, everyone on the ship had a joyful expression on their faces. Once they were here, they would be truly safe. They would no longer have to worry about any sudden attacks from the giant beasts in the ocean. However, when the ship was approaching the port of the island, the people near the port also noticed the ship that was quickly approaching them. At the same time, they also noticed the Bramble Sea Lion that showed its head on the surface. That's the Bramble Sea Lion. Not good, the sea beasts are coming. Damn it, those annoying guys haven't left yet. Why is this thing coming too? Everyone be careful, it's the Bramble Sea Lion. Notify the guards around and send reinforcements. Before Xiao Yan and the others arrived, the atmosphere at the port was already tense. Loud shouts came one after another. Many figures quickly gathered at the port. Before the Bramble Sea Lion got close to the shore, the strong people on the island had already used their Daoist skills and bombarded the Bramble Sea Lion. What's going on? What's happening at the port? At the same time, on the deck of the ship, the people who noticed the intense energy wave in front of them immediately looked over. The people at the front were naturally the 2 9-star Daoist. When everyone saw the situation in front of them, their faces immediately changed. They were so happy that they almost forgot that the Bramble Sea Lion was in front of them. Now the people on the island must have thought that their ship was an empty ship. They thought that the Bramble Sea Lion had found a cover for them and directly attacked them. This was going to be troublesome. Facing the bombardment that came from all directions, the Bramble Sea Lion in the sea naturally couldn't just stand there and watch. Immediately, its huge body pounced forward. Immediately, a shocking wave swept forward. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a water wall that was hundreds of feet tall. It successfully blocked the attacks that came from the front. The remaining power continued to sweep forward without any decrease in power. Finally, the port that was set up on the shore was completely destroyed. What's going on? Why is the Bramble Sea Lion angry? Suddenly, Xiao Yan, who was originally sitting cross-legged in his room, unknowingly appeared on the roof of his room. He frowned as he looked at the huge wave that destroyed the port. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with doubt. He had already communicated with this big guy. He would use 2 tier 4 medicinal pills as a reward to get this guy to send them here. Moreover, because of him, the Bramble Sea Lion shouldn't take the initiative to attack humans. But what was the situation now? Greetings to Senior Xiao Yan." Seeing Xiao Yan appear, everyone on the ship immediately bowed respectfully to him. Although the person in front of them was young, they didn't feel anything wrong when they bowed to him. As the saying goes, the one who reaches first becomes the teacher. The current Xiao Yan had the ability to make them call him senior. The two 9-star Dodi nodded gently. Soon after, the two 9-star Dodi swiftly explained everything that had happened in front of them. "Oh, Coiling Snake Island. In other words, we have reached our destination," Xiao Yan softly muttered. After which, he once again frowned and turned his gaze to the front. The strong people on the island had once again used their Do Chi, wanting to attack the Bramble Sea Lion again. At this moment, the Bramble Sea Lion had already accumulated its strength and was ready to send them another tsunami. Swoosh! Just as the Bramble Sea Lion was about to attack, Xiao Yan suddenly appeared on top of its head. He gently stomped his feet and the huge beast's movement also stopped. At the same time, the Do Chi that came from the sky like rain did not have the slightest intention of stopping. It still carried a terrifying destructive force as it ruthlessly fell on Xiao Yan and the Bramble Sea Lion below. Humph! With a cold snort, Xiao Yan waved his right arm. A light flashed in his palm and the huge heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in his hand. He covered it with the heavenly flame and filled it with Do Chi. After which, the moment those Do Chi fell, the heavy Xian ruler suddenly swept across in front of Xiao Yan. Following which, a shocking white ruler glow shot out. With just one attack, it completely destroyed the countless Do Chi. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion resounded between heaven and earth. The Do Chi of all the Do Di in front of the harbor were swept away by Xiao Yan's ruler. After which, without waiting for them to attack again, Xiao Yan's figure appeared on the Coiling Snake Island like a ghost. He waved the huge ruler in his hand and the invisible air was instantly crushed into an air cannonball. It shot out and caused the ground below to explode. After which, the gazes of the strong people at the harbor were attracted by this shocking attack. After which, they landed on the black-robed man in midair. "All of you, stop right now." Chapter 1008. Xiao Yan's figure stood in midair. His majestic voice gathered everyone's gaze. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that the person in front of them, a human, would actually stop them from attacking the Bramble Sea Lion. Why? At this time, the Bramble Sea Lion pulled the ship and docked it on the shore. Then, a group of people jumped down from the ship and appeared in front of everyone on the island. What is going on? Everyone who saw this scene was surprised. Why was it that the boat behind the Bramble Sea Lion was not empty? There were actually people on it. Moreover, from the looks of it, it was clear that they were very safe. While everyone on the island was feeling surprised, a couple of human figures within the crowd recognized the two 9-star Do Di who had just descended from the ship. "Deacon Qian and Deacon Zhou, why is it you? Shouldn't your boat arrive in 1.5 months? Why are you on this boat?" 4 human figures swiftly flashed and stepped forward. They cupped their hands to the two 9-star Do Di. After which, they cried out in surprise and inquired. Even some of the gazes from the crowd behind were attracted by the words of these few people. The two 9-star Do Di immediately recognized these people when they saw them. These 4 people were from the Dragon Pool Square. After which, the 2 of them smiled and told the 4 people in front of them about what had happened earlier and the reason why they had arrived here so quickly. Of course, their words did not contain any intention of hiding anything. Hence, the matter of Xiao Yan easily subduing the Bramble Sea Lion and using it as labor fell into the ears of the people behind them without missing a single word. These words immediately stirred a great commotion in the crowd. Countless numbers of eyes that were filled with shock landed on Xiao Yan's body. This Bramble Sea Lion's cultivation was at least that of an intermediate 9-star Do Di. Even though this was the case, it was still easily subdued by this black-robed, young man in front of them. From this, one could tell just how great the latter's cultivation was. When everyone saw his young face, a storm was set off in their hearts, and the expressions on their faces also turned into a dumbfounded look. If the two deacons of Ryuzawa Square did not personally explain it, in addition to seeing the Bramble Sea Lion with their own eyes, it was likely that no one present would believe that such a powerful energy could erupt from the body of this skinny black-robed young man. When the group of guests who had flown down from the ship behind Xiao Yan saw the expression on the faces of the crowd in front of them, their faces involuntarily revealed a mocking and prideful smile. Perhaps it was because their faces had once revealed such an expression, or perhaps it was because they had personally witnessed the matter, but when these people looked at the crowd on the shore, their eyes would carry an expression as though they were looking at country bumpkins. As for the inexplicable pride, it should be because they were fortunate to be able to enjoy the process of the sea beast pulling the boat. After all, according to their knowledge, although they did not dare to say that there had never been a sea beast pulling the boat, people at their level had never had the qualification to enjoy such a thing. Just this point of this trip to the Northern Sea was enough for them to remember for a long time. Ignoring the noisy crowd, Xiao Yan's body flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the Bramble Sea Lion. Now that they had arrived at their destination, the promise with the Bramble Sea Lion would naturally be fulfilled. Although he had forced the Bramble Sea Lion to pull the boat back then, the beast was unwilling to submit to Xiao Yan's powerful pressure. Therefore, Xiao Yan had no choice but to use 2 Tier 4 medicinal pills as payment in exchange for a smooth trip. It must be said that with the Bramble Sea Lion leading the way, this trip had indeed exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. It could be said that with the Bramble Sea Lion leading the way, this trip had indeed exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. Under the Bramble Sea Lion's impatient roar, Xiao Yan flipped his palm, and 2 perfectly round pills instantly fell into his hand. He waved his hand, and the big guy in front of him swallowed them in one gulp. After that, it let out 2 joyful cries, and its huge body slowly sank down. Finally, it disappeared from the Snake Island. Seeing this big fellow leave, Xiao Yan rubbed his nose for some unknown reason. After which, he turned around and boarded the coiling Snake Island under the escort of everyone. Under the escort of the crowd, Xiao Yan walked on the street that led to the center of the Snake Island. Due to the terrain of the island, the street showed the scene of tens of thousands of stairs. At a glance, the winding stairs were endless, and at the end of one site, there was a group of grand buildings. At the same time, it was also the highest point of the Snake Island, the most central area. Being surrounded by the crowd behind him, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a sense of helplessness in his heart. The vast and mighty aura of this large group of people was like a group of robbers who had charged up the mountain from the foot of the mountain. Quite a number of shops in the streets were unable to endure it and closed their doors one after another wherever they passed. Even the passers-by on the street revealed frightened faces as they opened up a path for this group of people. Facing this, Xiao Yan could only helplessly smile bitterly in his heart. He shook his head, and only then did he turn his gaze to the 2 9-star Do Di who were still following him. Although the port of Ryuzawa Square was at the outer side of the island, due to the special nature of the island, the headquarters of Ryuzawa Square on the Snake Island was built at a high place. This allowed Xiao Yan to pass by. May I know if the 2 of you know the exact location of Beihai College in the Northern Sea? Hearing this, the 2 of them couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. It seemed that they were a little surprised by this. However, they immediately looked at Xiao Yan respectfully. After thinking for a moment, they cupped their hands together and smiled. "Elder, are you going to Beihai College?" Xiao Yan nodded, and the person in front of him immediately spoke again. "From Elder's tone, you don't seem to be familiar with Beihai College. Why don't I introduce Beijing College to you before I tell you the exact location of Beijing College? How about it?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan frowned. From the other party's tone, it seemed that he was very familiar with Beihai College. He couldn't help but ask. "Don't tell me that the 2 of you came from Beihai College?" "Huh, Elder must be joking. The 2 of us don't have the ability to enter." Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the 2 of them shook their heads and sighed. From their eyes, it could be seen that even the 2 of them had a deep yearning for Beihai College. After laughing bitterly, the 2 of them collected their emotions. They lifted their gazes, looked at Xiao Yan, and asked with a smile. "May I know if Elder has heard of the 3 great heads of the Northern Sea?" Chapter 1009. The three great heads of the Northern Sea. What are they? Xiao Yan could not help but frown when he heard the words that were emitted from the person in front of him. A doubtful expression appeared on his face. He had just entered the Northern Sea and was unfamiliar with everything in the Northern Sea. Other than Beihai College, he did not know anything about any other factions. The two people beside him helplessly smiled when they saw the expression on Xiao Yan's face. It turned out that the former did not know about any other factions other than Beihai College after coming to the vast Northern Sea. Elder, the so-called three great heads of the Northern Sea are the three strongest factions in the Northern Sea. Beihai College is one of them. Xiao Yan immediately raised his eyebrows when these words were spoken. He did not expect Beihai College to have such a deterrent force. It was actually able to become one of the three great factions in the Northern Sea. However, Xiao Yan understood after thinking about it. Beihai College was single-handedly established by Hai Machin. His cultivation was likely comparable to Gu Yu's. It was likely that no one in the entire northern region could match up to him. It was understandable for him to be able to bully the three great factions. Other than Beihai College, the other two great factions are the true overlords of the Northern Sea. They are also the two magical beast tribes that have existed for the longest time in the ocean. The Sea Shark Tribe and the Sea Serpent Tribe. In front of these two enormous creatures, the human factions are not even worth mentioning. The two great magical beast tribes have divided the entire sea into two parts. One half is controlled by the Sea Shark Tribe while the other half is controlled by the Sea Serpent Tribe. Their territories coincidentally extend to the area around Snake Island. Hence, there are no members of these two tribes in the sea region that we came from. They are only doing this to maintain the balance of the sea. Otherwise, if their factions continue to expand endlessly, other than these two great magical beast tribes, it is likely that no other magical beast will exist in the entire sea. However, Beihai College is at the intersection of the territories of these two magical beast tribes. If we want to travel from Snake Island to Beihai College, we will need another month of travel. Deacon Xian and Deacon Zhou involuntarily paused their bodies when they spoke until this point. They spoke respectfully to Xiao Yan in an apologetic manner. Due to the fact that the sea region after this is more dangerous, Ryuzawa Square will not send any ships into the deep sea. Please forgive us for this. Xiao Yan gently waved his hand. With a flick of his sleeves, he lifted the two people who were bent over. This is your responsibility. There is nothing to apologize for. Moreover, I am very thankful that you too. There are many experts within the two great magical beast clans, and there are even a few origin transformation experts. Senior, you must be extremely cautious in your journey. Thank you for the information. Xiao Yan clasped his hands and nodded to express his gratitude. Deacon Qian then took out a scroll from his storage ring. It was a detailed map of the North Sea. After taking the map, Xiao Yan did not have time to look at it. He put it into his storage ring. When he turned around to look, he realized that they had already arrived at the top of Snake Island. From his current position, he was able to see over half of the coiling Snake Island at a glance. He was even able to see the huge sea region where they had come from. The endless sea caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily sigh. Just now, Qian Er and Zhou Er had said that the sea in front of him at this moment was left for the other magical beasts in the sea to live in by the two magical beast clans. From this, it could be imagined that the two magical beast clans occupied an enormous amount of marine resources. And all of this was because of the difference in strength between them. Even so, if one were to think about it from a different perspective, one would realize that even though the two magical beast clans could be said to be overbearing, they at least left enough space for the other creatures in the ocean to survive. In other words, if it were humans, when a clan continued to expand endlessly, how could they give other forces the chance to grow wantonly? Dang! 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 However, right at that moment, from the highest point of the Snake Island, a series of urgent bell-ringing sounds suddenly came. It was not hard to hear that kind of urgency and urgency. Something must have happened on the island. What happened? What does that bell sound mean? Xiao Yan frowned and involuntarily asked. Almost at the same time, the expressions of everyone behind him, and even everyone on the island, changed drastically. All the strong people who were at least a do flashed and appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky above the coiling Snake Island was covered by a countless number of human figures. Not good, the snakes are here. Deacon Xian, who was beside him, quickly explained to Xiao Yan. The snake horde was actually a beast horde in some sense. This beast horde was formed by the warriors of the Sea Serpent tribe. All the warriors of the Sea Serpent tribe who participated in the beast horde were above the do level. They were extremely powerful. The meaning of the existence of this beast tide was a tradition within the Sea Serpent clan. It was to select true warriors from the countless sea serpents and join a special force within the Sea Serpent clan to protect the Sea Serpent clan. The first condition to select this kind of warrior was to kill 10 do level warriors. In the ancient times, this kind of selection was usually only held within their own tribe. The battlefield was also the Snake Island. However, because of the intervention of humans, the Snake Island no longer belonged to them. Therefore, the rules of the selection of warriors had a small change. It was transferred from the tribe to the human warriors. The battlefield was still the same. The warriors of the Sea Serpent tribe who participated in this kind of selection were usually at the bottom of the tribe. Their status was lower. Their purpose of participating in the selection was to change their status in the tribe. Also, because the number of warriors in the selection was limited, these guys were usually very cruel. They would choose to fight in the craziest way from the beginning in order to complete the selection as quickly as possible. Although this process might cost them their lives, they were still very passionate about it. This was because these fellows clearly understood that if they couldn't complete the selection, they would forever be at the bottom of the hierarchy. The division of status made them value their own status. In order to be able to sit at the top, these fellows would not hesitate even if they had to risk their lives. Chapter 1010. Hearing what the two said, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel shocked. The Sea Serpent race was crazy. In order to pick out the best warriors, they didn't even care about the lives of their people. Of course, this might have something to do with the number of their own race. The huge number of people forced the Sea Serpent race to use such extreme methods to control the number of their people. Other than that, it might also be because of the nature of the demon beasts to fight. On this point, it was said that even the sea shark race was the same. Of course, the difference was that they wouldn't choose to kill each other, and they wouldn't attack humans so easily. Just as the few of them were talking, they looked up. Other than the countless human warriors in the sky, there was also a huge amount of powerful aura in the northern sky. It was quickly approaching them. The Snake Island that was originally under the clear sky was now covered in a layer of haze. The powerful aura was quickly approaching the Snake Island like an avalanche. It only stopped when it reached the sky above the island. Everyone on the island raised their eyes at this moment and focused their gazes. The muscles on their faces involuntarily trembled as their gazes swiftly turned dark. A grave expression surfaced on the faces of everyone in the sky above the island. At this moment, a large group of people with human bodies and snake tails were high up in the sky. Their scarlet eyes were filled with bloodlust and battle intent as they stared at all the humans on the island below. The flames of war were spreading rapidly in their hearts. The crazy killing intent caused them to constantly scan the humans below, choosing their prey. Damn it. These half-human half-beast bastards. They are actually picking us as prey. Quite a number of people immediately emitted a reprimand when they noticed those unknown gazes. Even Xiao Yan felt a little unnatural when those gazes swept over him. At this moment, the bell ringing from the highest point of the Snake Island finally stopped. Then, 3 silhouettes flashed out from the buildings and hovered in the air. Their sharp eyes stared straight at the group of dragon men across them. After 3 years, Blood Commander, we meet again. A voice filled with authority came from a black-haired middle-aged man among the 3. Along with it, there was also an extremely powerful aura coming from his body. An extremely powerful aura gushed out from the middle-aged man's body. When the countless clansmen of the Sea Serpent clan felt this aura, they couldn't help but retreat. Their faces were filled with fear. Immediately after, another powerful aura swept out from the clansmen of the Sea Serpent clan and blocked the middle-aged man's aura. Hiss. 2 origin transformation experts. Sensing the strength of these 2 auras, Xiao Yan, who was standing on the street below, could not help but raise his eyebrows. His mouth involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air. His heart was extremely shocked. The Northern Sea was truly a place of power. He had just arrived here today and he had already seen 2 origin transformation experts. It was hard to imagine what it would be like in the depths of the Northern Sea. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort suddenly rang out from the crowd of the Sea Serpent race. Afterward, a burly man slowly walked out with heavy steps. Unlike the other members of the Sea Serpent race, although his appearance was similar to theirs, the snake tail on his lower body had already transformed into a pair of legs. This was a rule of the Sea Serpent race. All experts below the origin transformation realm were required to keep their snake tails. Humph, Wang Ziyuan, it's been 3 years. I didn't think that your cultivation hasn't increased at all. Have I overestimated you? There was a hint of mockery in his cold laughter. When he spoke again, the already tyrannical aura within the burly man's body actually increased a little. It was several times stronger than before. Humph! At the same time, Wang Ziyuan also frowned and let out a low snort from his nose. Then, he blocked the aura and even overpowered it. Commander Shui, although that's the case, it seems that your cultivation hasn't surpassed mine. So, for now, I suggest that you put away your arrogance. A faint laughter rang out. Wang Ziyuan curled his lips and smiled, causing the latter's face to immediately darken. Humph, Wang Ziyuan, I'd like to see how many more years you can last with your cultivation at the late origin transformation realm. Sooner or later, there will be a day when I will personally kill you on this coiling snake island. I'll be waiting. Wang Ziyuan clasped his hands together heavily. His firm voice that was neither servile nor overbearing resounded in the surroundings, causing the experts on the island below to cheer. However, no one noticed that when Wang Ziyuan said those words, cold sweat dripped down from his temples. Right, it's just as this fellow before me said. If my cultivation doesn't advance in the slightest, then I'm afraid I won't have to wait for another few years before I won't be able to hold on when the next beast tide comes. As a result, he needed to increase his cultivation before that. Even if he did not reach Resurgence, just reaching the peak of the late origin transformation realm would be enough for him to easily deal with this guy before him. Humph, you brats. Today, this will be the battlefield for your trial. Whoever can kill 10 human Do Di will have the right to enter the Yuan estate. There will only be 100 spots. As a result, begin your hunt now. The moment the commander yelled out, the countless sea serpents behind him crazily cried out and charged toward the coiling snake island below. They formed a black mass that looked like dark clouds descending from the sky. It was extremely shocking. Sky-shaking shouts sounded like roaring thunders. Surging warrior energies rose from the surface of the bodies of these sea flood dragons. Different colored thunderbolts formed in this world, striking down fiercely towards the island below. Boom! Boom! Almost at the same time, all the human experts on the island charged upward. Only Xiao Yan and the people beside him, as well as Wang Ziyuan and Commander Shui in the sky, did not move at all. Senior, let's go. The people beside Xiao Yan respectfully clasped their hands at him before charging into the sky. Only Xiao Yan remained where he was. He glanced at them indifferently. When Xiao Yan returned to his senses, he suddenly felt a murderous gaze land on him. Before he could focus, the owner of the presence had already appeared before him. 2 hands were bent into claws as they viciously swiped toward Xiao Yan's throat. Chapter 10-11. Clang. Sparks shot out as the 2 claws violently cut across Xiao Yan's throat one after another. However, only a few sparks were emitted during the process. Even Xiao Yan's standing body did not move even a little. What? The appearance of this scene also caused the powerhouse from the Sea Serpent clan to be greatly shocked. He did not expect that with his strength, he would still be unable to hurt a mere human's physical body. How is this possible? Our sea serpent clan's physical strength is naturally stronger than other clans. How is it possible that we can't even hurt a human? This is impossible. On top of being shocked, this person also widened his eyes. His face was filled with disbelief as he looked over. Soon after, he clearly saw that Xiao Yan's exposed throat was covered with numerous purple-gold strange scales. The attack from the former earlier had been blocked by these scales. This is, suddenly, the strong man from the Sea Serpent clan had a drastic change in expression. He was shocked. Could it be that the person in front of him was also from the Magic Beast clan? However, before he could raise his head, Xiao Yan suddenly waved his right hand and clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. Then, with a bang, his fist landed heavily on the former's face. The dull sound of the collision was mixed with the sound of bones breaking. The former only felt that his entire soul was shaking violently. Then, when he fell to the ground, he had already fainted. After finishing off the person in front of him with a punch, Xiao Yan raised his head and looked over. However, he couldn't help but frown the next moment. Although he had finished off one of them, there were still countless sea serpents rushing towards him in the sky. There were countless existences that were even stronger than the former, and their numbers were terrifyingly huge. A battle that couldn't be avoided was rushing towards Xiao Yan. Looking at the current situation, if he couldn't finish off all the Sea Serpent clan in the sky, he wouldn't be able to leave the Snake Island easily. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's heart couldn't help but sink. He had originally wanted to go to Beihai College, but he didn't expect to encounter so many obstacles along the way. There were always some troubles that constantly blocked his path. This also caused his originally calm heart to have a sense of irritation. Now, if he wanted to leave this place, he could only finish off the Sea Serpent clan first. Xiao Yan deeply inhaled a breath of icy cold air and tried his best to calm his heart. After which, his gaze swiftly swept across the sky and immediately chose a strong Sea clan person who was closer to him. His hands were instantly clenched into fists. His body shook, and in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of that person. Following which, under the latter's shocked eyes, a fist violently smashed into his abdomen. The powerful strength caused the latter to lose all of his combat power in an instant. The consciousness in his mind quickly dissipated. Then, like a corpse, he fell heavily to the ground. The fastest way to end this battle wasn't to kill endlessly. Xiao Yan's goal was only to make the Sea clan lose their combat power. After all, he didn't want to have any conflicts with the powerful clans in the ocean. That would only bring him more trouble. After a dozen punches, more than 10 strong men from the Sea clan had lost their combat power. However, when Xiao Yan raised his head, the black mass of the Sea clan army in the sky still sent chills down his spine. Xiao Yan's face became gloomy because of this. With so many opponents, even if he punched one person, he didn't know how long it would take. At this time, under the siege of the Sea clan, some of the human experts on the island were gradually showing signs of defeat. Some of the weaker human experts even began to die in the hands of the Sea clan one after another. According to the current situation, if the battle continued to drag on, the only way to end this chaotic battle was to sacrifice the lives of the human powerhouses. Once the 100 Sea clan warriors were selected, this chaotic battle would naturally come to an end. However, Xiao Yan couldn't wait until then. He was already impatient with Beihai College and Haimachan. These fellows in front of him would only wear away the little bit of patience he had left. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air as he stood in the empty air. Both of his eyes were gently shut. A vast and mighty spiritual strength immediately spread from between his brows. Soon, it covered the entire battleground. Sensing the strength of this soul power, even Wang Ziyuan and Commander Shui in the sky couldn't help but turn their heads to look at the latter. Immediately after, Xiao Yan slowly raised his right hand and spread his 5 fingers. With a poof, a white flame rose from his palm. That's heavenly flame? Immediately after, Wang Ziyuan and Commander Shui's faces suddenly changed. Both of their eyes couldn't help but be shocked. However, the scene that followed made their hearts even more shocked. Buzz! Following Xiao Yan's thought, the white flame that rose from his palm immediately twisted and trembled. Immediately after, a circle of white flame waves swept out in all directions in the sky with Xiao Yan as the center. Facing this circle of seemingly ordinary flame wave, almost everyone present chose to ignore it. As elite Do Di with Do Qi protecting their bodies, what could a mere circle of flame do to them? However, when this circle of seemingly ordinary flames came into contact with the bodies of the Sea Tribe warriors, it began to burn fiercely as if it had come into contact with dry wood. The Do Qi on the surface of their bodies, which was used for defense, had instead become the fuel for the flames. Amidst a wave of exclamations, everyone present saw a strange scene. When the white flame that shrouded the bodies of those people gradually disappeared, what appeared in front of everyone were human figures that were sealed in ice. Without exception, those people were all experts from the Sea clan. Hua! The appearance of this scene immediately caused a huge commotion on the Snake Island. Everyone on the island gasped. Next, all the Sea race warriors backed off in fear. Facing this strange scene, even the crazy battle intent in their hearts could not support them to take another step forward. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This was really too strange. It was so strange that it was scary. Seeing the people from the same clan turn into ice sculptures under the flame, it was likely that no one could endure this kind of thing. In the blink of an eye, almost half of the experts from the Sea Serpent clan were sealed in ice. As for the rest, they all retreated from the Snake Island with fear in their hearts. The atmosphere on the island had unknowingly become quiet. This kind of silence made people feel a sense of terror. After that, Xiao Yan, who was under everyone's gaze, finally slowly opened his eyes. His eyes coldly swept across the Sea clan members who had retreated from the Snake Island. An extremely cold voice slowly spat out from his mouth. If anyone dares to take another step forward, they will end up like these people. The cold voice reverberated between heaven and earth. It was also like an invisible heavy hammer that pounded on everyone's hearts. Looking at the Sea clan experts who were sealed in ice, although they could feel a trace of life from them, the strange scene from before had already caused these people to lose all their battle intent. All that was left was endless fear. Such a strange battle method was something that they had never seen before in their lives. Seeing his own clan members' fearful faces, Commander Shue's face instantly turned gloomy. Regarding Xiao Yan's method, others might not know, but he and Wang Ziyuan were very clear about it. He was just borrowing the advantage of the heavenly flame. If his clan members all rushed forward, even if the latter had the help of the heavenly flame, he wouldn't be able to fight against 100. At this moment, the reason why he was able to intimidate the crowd was because he was borrowing the fear in these people's hearts towards unknown things. After all, the latter's method was indeed strange in the eyes of ordinary people. A bunch of trash. He is just borrowing the heavenly flame to scare you, but you don't dare to go forward. With such a mentality, what right do you have to enter the Yuan mansion? After scolding their own tribe members, the originally cowering Sea tribe people immediately began to move. The desire to fight that had been hidden in many people's eyes once again appeared. With a furious roar, they charged towards Xiao Yan, who was in the sky above the coiling Snake Island. Buzz! However, the final result was the same as those people before. A strange scene appeared once again. The dozens of people who had charged forward were once again strangely sealed in ice. The continuous attacks completely extinguished the flame that had just been ignited in the hearts of the Sea tribe people behind. No matter how Commander Shua angrily rebuked, there was no more movement this time. Damn it! Kid, I'll take care of you first. Commander Shua's heart immediately became furious when his clan member revealed such an appearance. He turned around and a pair of icy cold eyes immediately landed on Xiao Yan's body. He was about to attack. Commander Shue, if you want to attack the people on this island, you should ask me first. At this moment, Wang Ziyuan was one step faster. His body flashed and he was already in front of Commander Shue. Wang Ziyuan, you want to stop me? Do you think I can't do it? Wang Ziyuan smiled faintly. There was some confidence in his smile. You want to fight with me now? Commander Shue's face became completely gloomy. There was already a trace of murderous intent in his words. However, even so, Wang Ziyuan still pursed his lips and smiled, saying, "Commander Shue, you don't have to put on airs with me. Your cultivation has indeed improved over the years. It is only a matter of time before you surpass me. I can't deny this. However, as of now, you are still not my opponent. You." Hearing this, Commander Shue's face suddenly revealed a fierce expression. The anger in his heart could no longer be contained. He waved his right arm that was full of muscles fiercely and attacked Wang Ziyuan, who was in front of him. Bang! However, accompanied by a muffled sound, Wang Ziyuan relied on his own cultivation to forcefully block Commander Shue's punch with one hand. Immediately, his arms shook and dou qi poured out, causing Commander Shue to retreat half a step. "How is it? Do you still plan to attack?" Wang Ziyuan slowly withdrew his palm that had collided with Commander Shue. His entire palm had turned completely red and there was a slight tremble. The two of them had been chasing each other for many years, causing the difference in cultivation between Commander Shue and him to no longer be obvious. As a member of the Sea Serpent tribe, the former had a natural advantage. In terms of strength, he was far superior to ordinary opponents of the same level. Now, even Wang Ziyuan did not have much confidence in fighting him. At this moment, what he relied on was the difference in temperament between the two of them. Wang Ziyuan. Buzz. Just as a shocking roar was emitted from Commander Shue's mouth, a powerful aura once again swept out from within Wang Ziyuan's body. The crazy killing intent that surfaced in the latter's eyes also swiftly disappeared like floodwaters at this moment. "If you wish to attack, I am happy to accompany you." A calm voice was once again spat out from Wang Ziyuan's mouth. However, Commander Shue's face twitched. His gaze repeatedly swept back and forth between Xiao Yan and the tribe members behind him. He was struggling in his heart. If the selection ended like this, he would definitely be reprimanded by his superiors when he returned. However, as of now, the selection could not continue. If he were to go overboard and force these fellows to attack, it was likely that it would cause them to be even more terrified in their hearts. The harm this would bring would only be greater. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Ziyuan in front of him quietly withdrew the aura that he had released. The corners of his mouth contained a slight smile. With his understanding of Wang Ziyuan over the years, he could already imagine the outcome of this matter. Indeed, 15 minutes later. Humph. Wang Ziyuan, there will definitely be an end between you and me. As for you. His extremely cold gaze swept across Wang Ziyuan's body. After that, Commander Shue's gaze once again fell on Xiao Yan. "Human brat, I will remember today's debt. If I meet you again in the future, be careful of your life. Let's go." After leaving behind a ruthless sentence, Commander Shue turned around with a heart full of anger. He led the group of Sea clan members behind him in the direction that they came from and walked unwillingly in the direction that they came from. Wait a minute. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan suddenly spoke. In the eyes of everyone on the island, including Wang Ziyuan, he stopped Commander Shue. "What else do you want to do?" His dark and cold eyes landed on Xiao Yan's body the moment he turned around. The latter merely smiled faintly and ignored him. After which, he said, "Don't worry. Commander Shue, you seem to have forgotten about them." As he spoke, Xiao Yan waved his sleeve. The frozen Sea clan members and those who had fainted on the island below immediately turned into streaks of flowing light. They swarmed forward and viciously smashed towards Commander Shue. The corners of Commander Shue's mouth twitched. He felt extremely helpless in his heart. With a wave of his sleeve, a tremendous amount of Genesis chi suddenly swept outwards. After shattering the ice with one blow, he finally caught the Sea clan members one by one. Then, he viciously threw these people who had completely fainted into the group of Sea clan members behind him. It was unknown who he was cursing at, but with a wave of his sleeve, he flew towards the depths of the North Sea with a butt full of dust. Chapter 10-12. The two words came out of his mouth without the slightest bit of modesty. Instantly, Shui Miao was like a superstar on the stage, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the square. All of their gazes were filled with admiration and passion. The man in front of them was simply a legendary figure to them. However, the latter was now standing upright in front of them. This immediately stirred up the emotions of countless people in the square, especially the girls. They could not help but scream out loud. When all the men looked at Shui Miao, their eyes were filled with a blazing flame and some hostility. All the girls had faces filled with admiration and desire. From time to time, they would fantasize about something in their minds. Even most of the teachers were looking at Shui Miao with faces filled with amazement. In a certain pavilion within the academy, a few old men in the robes of the academy's elders were standing before the window at this moment. Their deep eyes were focused on Shui Miao, who had appeared on the square at this moment, and their hearts were filled with slight anticipation. This kid has been in seclusion for a few years. He's finally come out. I wonder what his cultivation is like. He's probably about to reach the origin transformation realm. The principal valued him greatly back then. His future will definitely be limitless. The origin transformation realm is only the beginning. Hee, you guys, don't always look at your own people. Haven't you noticed that there's something different about that black-robed kid? The old men stared at Shui Miao as they constantly sighed in amazement. Only when someone noticed Xiao Yan did they look over as well. The black robes that the kid is wearing seem to be the power of the ways? This kid isn't simple either. Another genius, and from the looks of it, there's definitely going to be a battle between two dragons. As they eyed Xiao Yan on the open ground, the mouths of all the elders could not help but click their tongues and exclaim in amazement. At the same time, those pairs of deep old eyes also revealed some anticipation. A battle between the geniuses of the younger generation was definitely going to be a good show. Moreover, such a duel wasn't just a good show for them. It was also an opportunity for the students of the academy to grow. In just a few moments, the square at the top of the mountain was surrounded by people. The appearance of Shui Miao had alarmed the entire Beihai College. All the students on the mountain swiftly gathered towards the top of the mountain. Numerous figures were like meteors flying in the sky as they swiftly rushed to the top of the mountain. Their gazes were filled with anticipation as they looked at Shui Miao, who was surrounded by a large crowd. You said earlier that you're here to look for the dean? Shui Miao narrowed his eyes and sized up Xiao Yan, as if he was scrutinizing something. Only then did he speak slowly. I'm Xiao Yan. I'm here to look for the dean of Beihai College, Hai Machin. Xiao Yan cupped his hands and said with a smile. Do you think you can meet the dean just because you want to? I have to see him today. The two of them stared at each other. The atmosphere was tense, and the invisible void started to distort for no reason. It was Shui Miao's first time meeting Xiao Yan. However, he seemed to hold a grudge against the person in front of him, as if he had been waiting for him for a long time. Both of their eyes were sharp, and there was a fierce glint in the depths of their eyes. Flames filled Xiao Yan's eyes, but in Shui Miao's eyes, there was only a deep blue sea. After a short confrontation, the two of them were evenly matched. Sure, I know where the dean is, and I can help you meet him. However, before that, you have to get through me first. Shui Miao looked deeply at Xiao Yan. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he spoke with great interest. Wow! As soon as these words came out, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. They did not expect Shui Miao to say such words to someone the moment he appeared. It was obvious that he wanted to challenge him. Xiao Yan nodded with a smile in response to Shui Miao's straightforward words. He had already noticed this the moment he saw the latter. The latter's appearance did not seem to be a coincidence. Even the way Shui Miao looked at him was different. It seemed that Hai Machin already knew of his arrival. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was involuntarily lifted into a smile when he thought until this point. Putting it this way, Hai Machin should be in this academy. Moreover, it was very likely that the latter was currently staring at him. Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily became absent-minded as this thought flashed across his heart. He looked all around him. There were many pavilions built all over this vast mountain peak. However, he could not think of any place where Hai Machin was. It was only when Xiao Yan's gaze returned to the magnificent statue in front of him that he seemed to have thought of something. Those floating stone platforms. Then, Xiao Yan suddenly raised his gaze and looked at the top of the statue. It was hidden in the clouds, and the people in the college could not see it at all. However, if one looked down from there, they would be able to see the entire Beihai College. If Hai Machin was looking at him at this moment and was not in one of the lofts, then the only possibility was that he was at the top of the statue. Xiao Yan's eyes, which were filled with flames, penetrated through the cloud layer. It appeared that he wanted to clearly see the sky above him. However, Shui Miao, who was in front of him, quickly swept her gaze around. Her sharp gaze forced Xiao Yan to withdraw his gaze. Humph, with a satisfied smile, Shui Miao's action confirmed Xiao Yan's conjecture. Hey, this guy seems to have found you here. At the same time, at the top of the statue, the black-robed man could not help but exclaim in surprise. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Hai Machin with interest. At this moment, the latter also had a smile on his face and nodded in gratification. Next, let's see how strong he is. At the same time, Xiao Yan and Shui Miao on the square looked at each other again. Xiao Yan smiled and imitated Shui Miao to size him up. Then he said in a flat tone, "How do you want to compete?" "Simple, let's make it quick. If you can beat me within 100 rounds, I will tell you where the dean is. If you can't beat me, then leave Beihai College and never come back." "Okay." In the face of Shui Miao's powerful words, Xiao Yan did not show any weakness. It was just one word, but it seemed to contain some kind of power, which set off an invisible storm in the square. The atmosphere suddenly froze at this moment. The surrounding students quickly retreated under the instruction of the tutors, leaving more than half of the square for the two who were already at daggers drawn. "I am Shui Miao from Beihai College." The two stood in the square. Shui Miao cupped his fists at Xiao Yan and spoke slowly in a clear voice. Xiao Yan imitated the former's tone and reported his name. "I am Xiao Yan." Chapter 10:13. At this moment, a couple of figures were suspended in midair on the surface of the endless sea. They were facing each other. Looking at the four figures that had suddenly appeared around him, one could recognize that these four people were members of the sea serpent tribe from the snake tails of the other party. At this moment, the four of them were blocking Xiao Yan's path from four different directions. From the looks of it, it seemed that they wanted to openly rob him. "Ha ha ha, brat, you were actually lucky enough to dodge that attack from earlier. However, it's fine. We will spare your life. Now, remove the spiritual imprint on your storage ring and hand it to us. This way, you will be able to leave alive." There was a strange laugh. These four people did not beat around the bush. However, Xiao Yan, who had heard these words, sized up the four of them in an indescribable manner. For 7-star Do Di. This kind of strength could not be considered strong in the Northern Sea. When placed in the sea serpent tribe, they were the lowest class people. The training resources they had were definitely limited. Therefore, they chose this method in order to allow their own training to advance. However, it was a pity that the four of them were bound to fail today. "Brat, did you hear what the Great Me said?" Seeing that Xiao Yan in front of them did not make the slightest movement and was even looking at them with a mocking expression, the expressions on the faces of the four people immediately became gloomy. They angrily reprimanded and one of them waved two sharp claws. Under the cover of Do Qi, the claws viciously hacked at Xiao Yan's head. The sharp claws emitted a sharp piercing sound as they cut through the empty space. The invisible space also became distorted because of this. A biting cold wind cut through the empty space like a sharp blade. Although it was still half a meter away from Xiao Yan's head, the wind had already landed on Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan was indifferent in the face of this. The other three people around him laughed mockingly. They treated it as Xiao Yan being stunned by the former's attack. However, when the claws arrived in front of Xiao Yan, the latter finally lifted his right hand at a steady pace and gently touched the former. Hey, this brat is really seeking death. He actually dares to use his hand to block. It is likely that he has been completely scared silly. Ha 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 ha, mocking laughter was emitted from the mouths of the surrounding people. Even the 7-star Do Di who was close to Xiao Yan at this moment revealed a disdainful smile on his face. However, the moment Xiao Yan's hand made contact with the claw, the smile that was lifted on the corner of the former's mouth instantly stiffened. After which, it gradually disappeared and turned into horror. At the moment when Xiao Yan's delicate white hand collided with the other party's sharp and imposing hand claw, Xiao Yan twisted his wrist. Like a soft and agile snake, he instantly restrained the wrist of the person in front of him. A frightening force erupted from the tip of his finger. The latter's face immediately became distorted. An intense pain was transmitted from his wrist. The frightening strength had nearly crushed his wrist. Xiao Yan smiled as he glanced at the latter. He was wearing clothes and appeared harmless to both humans and animals. How could an ordinary person imagine that he actually possessed such a frightening strength when they saw him? With a gentle twist of his wrist, the body of the person in front of him also began to twist uncontrollably. He was afraid that Xiao Yan would crush his wrist. Ah, a sharp miserable cry was emitted. The latter's entire face appeared unusually distorted. When the other 3 people around him recovered, their expressions changed drastically. They were about to attack Xiao Yan. If you dare to move, be careful that I will break his arm. As he spoke with a smile, Xiao Yan gently raised his hand. The latter immediately let out a sharp cry. At the same time, the other 3 people also frowned. The do qi that had just surged out of their bodies once again dimmed. What do you want? The 3 of them frowned and glanced at their companions. Only then did they speak to Xiao Yan in a deep voice. Cuckoo, you really don't waste any time. I like this. Xiao Yan smiled. He was completely unconcerned about the dark and cold gazes of the 3 people. He immediately opened his mouth to speak. I can let this guy go. I can also treat the matter earlier as if it never happened. However, I want you to do something for me. What is it? The 3 of them frowned, looked at each other, and asked curiously. Lead the way. Use the fastest speed to bring me to Beihai College. Hearing this, the 3 of them couldn't help but be slightly stunned. They were all a little stunned in their hearts. So the reason why this guy in front of them had been wandering around the sea for so long was because he couldn't find Beihai College. Thinking of this, the 3 of them couldn't help but want to laugh. However, in the end, they still managed to hold it in. After a little hesitation, their gazes once again returned to the person who was currently being restrained by Xiao Yan. They said in a deep voice, Okay, we can bring you to Beihai College. However, you have to let him go first. Okay, but I'll warn you in advance. It's best not to do anything stupid. Xiao Yan nodded with a smile. Then, he casually let go of the person in his hand. After being freed, this guy also returned to the 4 people with a panicked face. After confirming that he was fine, the 4 of them smiled and looked at Xiao Yan. They nodded and said, You are very trustworthy, so, it's your turn. Xiao Yan smiled. However, the smiles that hung on the faces of the 4 people in front of him a moment ago instantly disappeared the next moment. Instead, their faces were filled with ferocious smiles. But unfortunately, we have never been trustworthy. At the same time, the 4 people's figures had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Do qi gushed out and fiercely fell on the latter's body. Brat, you must remember in your next life, don't be so easily trustworthy with anyone. Qi. After that, the 4 people's joint attack penetrated Xiao Yan's body. However, something strange happened again. The combined attack of the 4 of them did not create any ripples. Xiao Yan's body actually shattered like a thin piece of paper. Immediately, he swiftly disappeared from the sky. What? The pupils of the 4 people suddenly shrunk. Their hearts were even more shocked. No matter what, they never thought that Xiao Yan's movement would be so strange and terrifying. It's an afterimage. Almost at the same time that the four people were speechless, Xiao Yan's figure appeared behind the four of them. He raised his right hand and a huge spiritual strength condensed into an invisible big hand. After that, it suddenly fell from the sky and smashed onto the four people's bodies. Heaven-reaching hand. Following that, a muffled bang was emitted. The four people's bodies were instantly smashed into the sea below. The frightening strength actually caused the originally calm sea surface to fiercely sink. This also caused the four people's bodies to fall below the surface of the sea, but their bodies did not touch the sea water at all. Without waiting for them to catch their breath, Xiao Yan withdrew his hand. The four people's bodies were immediately pulled back in front of Xiao Yan uncontrollably. A frightening spiritual pressure descended on the hearts of the four people. Endless fear caused them to hold their breaths in concentration. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. I already told you not to do stupid things, but you just didn't listen. Xiao Yan frowned slightly and sighed. He did not let go of the four people. His face was cold as he said in a deep voice. How is it? Are you willing to cooperate with me now? The four people were suppressed by the spiritual pressure above their heads until they were unable to speak. However, they hurriedly nodded their heads like little chicks pecking at rice. They did not dare to have any other thoughts in their hearts. I hope that the matter just now will not happen a second time. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that you will still be able to live like you are now the next time. The ice-cold words were slowly spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth. Once was enough for these people. If they still dared to have other thoughts, he did not mind killing them. As for the matter of finding the Beihai College, at the very most, he could slowly search for it himself. Fortunately, after being suppressed twice in a row, the four of them finally understood from the bottom of their hearts that this seemingly kind black-robed young man was actually a person who was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The four of them were actually unable to last even one exchange in his hands. Just think about it. How was this something that an ordinary elite Daoist could achieve? With this thought in mind, the following process was naturally much simpler. Under Xiao Yan's suppression, the four of them did not dare to make any small movements. With them leading the way, Xiao Yan's following journey was naturally much easier. Half a month quickly passed. At this moment, according to what the four of them had said, Xiao Yan was only around 10 days away from the Beihai College. This caused Xiao Yan's heart to secretly heat up. Unknowingly, the distance between him and Hai Machin was actually becoming smaller and smaller. However, it was also at this moment that an intense collision sound came from the empty space 1,000 feet in front of Xiao Yan's group. It suddenly pulled Xiao Yan back from his momentary imagination. Perhaps it was because his group was hurrying, but the distance between Xiao Yan and the source of the sound was also swiftly closing. What happened? Xiao Yan frowned and could not help but ask. The four people in front of him also looked over. Immediately, they respectfully replied to Xiao Yan, "Sir, there are people fighting in front. However, from the looks of it, they are only a couple of ordinary Daoist. It will not affect your journey." Although the four of them were under pressure from Xiao Yan during this half a month of hurrying, Xiao Yan was not stingy along the way. Instead, he gave them quite a number of medicinal pills. This also caused the four of them to be much more respectful to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded his head gently. By relying on his own enormous spiritual strength, he had a better understanding of what was happening in the battleground. Among the 5 elite Daoist from the Sea Serpent tribe, the strongest was only a 6-star Daoist. The other 4 were human elite Daoist and the strongest among them was a 5-star Daoist. The disparity in strength between the two parties was already extremely large. At this moment, the 4 human Daoist were also seriously injured and were about to be defeated. The key point was that the 4 human elite Daoist were women while the other party was 5 men from the Sea Serpent tribe. It was not difficult to imagine just what kind of situation they would face if they were to fall into the hands of the latter. Very quickly, this group of people had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan's group. Among the 4 human elite Daoist, a woman who was the leader saw Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe, from a distance. Immediately, her charging body became much faster. She hurriedly cried out as she led the three young ladies who were seriously injured behind her. "The friend in front, please lend a hand and save us. After this, I will definitely repay you generously." However, after the cry was emitted from her mouth, the 5 people who were chasing behind her swiftly flashed and caught up. They surrounded her from both sides and blocked her path. At the same time, Xiaoyan's group also arrived in front of her. "Hee, all of you are actually thinking of escaping after being chased here by us. What wishful thinking." The eyes of the beautiful woman, who was the leader of the 4, were filled with despair when she saw that her path forward had been sealed. Immediately, she could only place all her hopes on Xiaoyan. However, her heart once again sank when her gaze noticed the 4 people from the sea serpent tribe who were following closely behind Xiaoyan. From the looks of it, not only were they unable to protect themselves, but even that black-robed person had also fallen into the trap. Hee, I was still wondering who it was. It is actually a human brat who has been captured. Xiaoyan was unconcerned when he heard these words. The 4 people behind him glanced at the latter with cold gazes, indicating that he should not say anything more. The latter also smiled awkwardly when he saw this. His gaze immediately turned around and landed on the 4 women in front of him. He spoke with a lewd smile on his face, "Not bad, not bad. It has been a long time since the few of us have tasted meat. Today, we shall use the few of you to have a taste and satisfy our cravings. Hee, you few bastards. If you dare to touch even a strand of our hair, the Academy will definitely not let you off." The pale white face of the beautiful woman among the 4 women immediately sank when she heard the obscenities that were spat out from the mouth of the 6-star Dodi. She let out a hoarse roar. Hee, we have forced all of you here. Do you think that we are afraid of being investigated by the Beihai College? The Northern Sea is so big. As long as all of you are dead, they will not be able to investigate even if they want to. Hee. The furious roar of the beautiful woman was exchanged with a cold sneer from the 6-star Dodi. Once these words were spoken, the faces of the 4 women in front of him immediately revealed an expression of despair. This was especially true for the 3 young ladies behind the beautiful woman. Their originally pale pretty faces had become deathly white because of these words. However, almost at the same time these words were spoken, Xiaoyan, who should have been passing by them, suddenly stopped his slow flying body at this moment. His body slowly turned around and his surprised gaze landed on the bodies of the 4 women. He asked in a doubtful voice, "What are you talking about? Are all of you from the Beihai College?" Seeing Xiaoyan suddenly turn around, the beautiful woman and the 3 young ladies behind her were slightly startled. They did not know why this person dared to open his mouth and ask them when he was clearly unable to protect himself. The doubt in her heart only flashed for an instant. Soon after, the beautiful woman clenched her teeth and gently nodded her head. She only hoped that a miracle would appear at this crucial moment and save them from the hands of this group of people in front of them. Hearing this, Xiaoyan nodded his head in satisfaction. He immediately smiled and said, "Since that is the case, all of you can follow me." Chapter 10:14. When Xiaoyan's words sounded, not only were the 4 women startled, but even the 5 experts from the Sea clan, who were currently surrounding them, involuntarily revealed startled expressions. Immediately, they emitted a loud mocking laughter. Ha. You are really the most arrogant person that I have ever seen in my life. You are already at death's door and can't even protect yourself, yet you actually dare to speak such disrespectful words and utter such laughable words. Xiaoyan was indifferent in the face of this. He continued to wear a smile as he looked at the beautiful woman. He knew that any action of these 4 people depended on her. Seeing Xiaoyan's smiling face, the beautiful woman and the other 3 young ladies beside her were somewhat speechless. They exchanged glances with one another. Their hearts were filled with both worry and anticipation. After hesitating for a moment, the beautiful woman finally clenched her teeth. She pulled up the 3 young ladies beside her and cautiously looked at the 5 people around her. Her body swiftly flew toward Xiaoyan. Capture all of them. The 6-star Dodi among the 5 immediately cried out an order when he saw that the 4 of them were actually about to flee. The other 4 people around him also moved in unison. Their bodies flashed as they swiftly rushed toward the 4 women who were currently charging toward Xiao Yan to block them. As for Xiao Yan, he had the 4 7-star Dodi beside him. These 5 people naturally ignored him. Seeing the 5 people once again close in on them, the hearts of the 4 women were once again covered with a layer of fear. They could only use all their strength and push out the little Do Chi in their bodies to the limit in hopes that they would be able to dodge the attacks of these 5 people. However, reality was not so beautiful. In the blink of an eye, the 5 people around them had already appeared beside the 4 women. They grabbed one in each hand without any pity. The despair in their hearts once again rose at this moment. Soon after, everyone in the square heard a soft rushing wind sound. The 4 women in the square were shocked to discover that the black-robed young man, who had been over 100 feet away from them a moment ago, had actually appeared in front of them at this moment. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura also surged out from the latter's body like a storm. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yan's right hand clenched in the air the moment he appeared. The huge heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in his hand. His gaze was cold as it swept over the 5 people in front of him. The huge ruler in his hand also violently swept in front of him with the support of Do Chi. The huge ruler swept past before it was quickly withdrawn by Xiao Yan. From the moment Xiao Yan appeared to the moment he attacked to the moment he withdrew the heavy Xian ruler, this series of actions merely took less than an instant. However, the bodies of the 5 Sea clan experts in front of him appeared to have suffered a heavy blow. They flew back uncontrollably until they were 1,000 feet away. Only then did they grit their teeth and stabilize their bodies. Soon after, their eyes that were filled with fury looked at the 4 7-star Dodi. What is the meaning of this? How can you leave this fellow alone? He is your prey. However, the 4 7-star Dodi faced each other in the face of his furious roar. After exchanging glances with one another, they gently shook their heads. They used a pitiful gaze to look at the latter. Their bodies did not advance but instead withdrew. They actually withdrew from the battleground. These 4 people had a deep understanding of how frightening Xiao Yan was. The former had said that Xiao Yan was their prey. However, only they were clearly aware that the relationship between them and Xiao Yan was that of a captive. Even if one were to say that they were prey, it could only be said that the 4 of them were Xiao Yan's prey. Damn it, what a bunch of trash. That 6-star Dodi viciously cursed. Immediately, his gaze once again landed on Xiao Yan. However, the latter did not bother about them at this moment. Instead, he turned around and distributed the 4 medicinal pills to the 4 people in front of him. Only after they swallowed the medicinal pills did he look at the 5 of them. A cold expression surfaced in his dark black eyes. Attack together. Kill this fellow. With a low cry, the 5 experts from the sea serpent tribe moved in unison. They violently charged toward Xiao Yan. Surging Do Chi surged out from within their bodies. With a twist of their wrists, a sharp blade immediately appeared in their hands. With the support of the Do Chi, the sharp blade easily cut through the empty space. An incomparably sharp aura caused one to tremble even though it was not cold. Sir, be careful. There is a 6-star Dodi among them. The beautiful woman behind Xiao Yan hurriedly warned Xiao Yan when she saw the 5 of them charging over once again. However, her words had just sounded when the 5 of them had already appeared around Xiao Yan in a ghost-like manner. The weapons in their hands contained a cold glint as each of them violently pierced toward the vital points on Xiao Yan's body. However, Xiao Yan's expression did not change in the face of such a close-range attack. His body was like a ghost as it swiftly shuttled between the 5 of them. The speed of his agility was something that the 5 of them could not compare with no matter how they tried. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's 2 hands had already been placed on the shoulders of 2 of the 5 people. The moment the 2 of them sensed the aura behind them and turned their gazes around, the pupils in their eyes suddenly shrunk. Before they could let out an exclamation, Xiao Yan's 2 hands had already unceremoniously slammed into their chests. Bang! A muffled bang sounded. There seemed to be the sound of some bones being broken. Soon after, the two elite Daoist bodies flew back like broken sacks. However, before they could do anything, another two bang sounds appeared one after another. The other two figures also flew back. It was only at this moment that the 6-star Daoist among the 5 of them finally recovered with a heart filled with shock. His gaze looked around him, only to discover that he was the only one left out of the 5 of them in the blink of an eye. What? In addition to his shock, he hurriedly turned his gaze around. However, a white palm had appeared in his line of sight, blocking all of his vision. He could not be bothered with anything else as he hurriedly pierced the sharp blade in his hand forward. However, the person in front of him moved much faster than him. His thumb bent and gently flicked the latter's head. Immediately, a frightening energy poured out like a destructive storm and poured into his body. His pupils instantly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. Immediately, they gradually enlarged. At the same time, the life in his entire body also disappeared without a trace. However, until this moment, the beautiful woman and the 3 young ladies behind Xiao Yan were still in a deep state of shock and dullness. No matter how they thought about it, they would never have thought that a black-robed young man, whose appearance was clearly similar to the 3 young ladies, would actually possess such a frightening strength. This was really unbelievable. Chapter 10-15. After killing 5 Daoist in one fell swoop, Xiao Yan finally turned his gaze and looked at the 4 women in front of him. With the medicinal pills that Xiao Yan gave them, the originally weak aura in their bodies quickly calmed down. However, at this moment, the 4 of them were still immersed in the shocking scene from before and were unable to recover for a long time. It was only after Xiao Yan's gaze had been fixed on them for a long time that the beautiful woman was the first to recover. Then, she hurriedly pulled the 3 girls beside her and respectfully bowed to Xiao Yan. "Thank you, mister, for saving us. When we return to the college, we will definitely repay you generously." No need to thank me. I just didn't expect that you were actually people from Beihai College." Xiao Yan smiled slightly, his eyes carrying some anticipation. Hearing this, the beautiful woman in front of him was immediately startled. Thinking back to Xiao Yan's previous question, she finally understood in her heart that the reason why the latter had saved them was because they were people from Beihai College. Thinking of this, the beautiful woman felt a little awkward in her heart, but at the same time, she also felt a little lucky. Today, if it weren't for the reputation of Beihai College behind them, the 4 of them might really have fallen here. Could it be that Mr. is also a person from Beihai College? Looking at Xiao Yan's young face in front of her, the beautiful woman couldn't help but ask. Speaking of strong people with such a young appearance, it wasn't that the college didn't have such a strong person, it was just that they had never seen one before. At this moment, seeing that Xiao Yan was actually so young, and that his cultivation was so terrifyingly strong, they couldn't help but connect the dots. However, Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head, saying, "I'm not a person from Beihai College. It's just that there is an old friend of mine in Beihai College." This so-called old friend naturally referred to Haimachin. Hearing this, the beautiful woman's eyes showed even more surprise. He was not a student of Beihai College, but he was able to have such a powerful cultivation at such a young age. This alone was enough to prove how terrifying his cultivation talent was. Xiao Yan spoke a few more words with the beautiful woman in front of him, and the former even took the initiative to offer to lead the way. Regarding this point, Xiao Yan was naturally clear in his heart. These 4 people were all injured, and their cultivation was not tyrannical. Therefore, he was worried that similar situations might occur in the following journey. In order to avoid trouble, it was undoubtedly best if they could travel together with Xiao Yan in front of them. When the beautiful woman said this, the 3 girls behind her also blinked their watery beautiful eyes and stared at Xiao Yan. There was a flicker of light in the depths of their bright eyes. People who were strong would always have some inexplicable charm. The powerful strength that Xiao Yan had previously displayed had already caused these 3 young girls to be moved. When they saw Xiao Yan smiling and nodding his head, 3 pairs of beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of joy. Subsequently, Xiao Yan turned to look at the 4 people from the Sea clan not far away. The latter noticed Xiao Yan's gaze and hurriedly stepped forward, bowing to Xiao Yan. When the four women saw this scene, they were even more surprised in their hearts. You can leave now. These pills will be your reward. During the half a month of leading the way, these guys could be considered diligent and had saved Xiao Yan a lot of time. Of course, these four guys also coveted Xiao Yan's pills. At this moment, when they saw the bottle of pills in Xiao Yan's hand, they hurriedly received it. At the same time, their eyes revealed a look of reluctance. As for whether they were reluctant to part with Xiao Yan or the pills in their hands, it was unknown. Although they were unwilling, the four of them still respectfully bowed to Xiao Yan. Then, they returned in the direction they came from. Xiao Yan also turned around with a smile. Under the guidance of the beautiful woman, he quickly flew in the direction of Beihai College. Along the way, the beautiful woman carefully inquired about Xiao Yan's purpose in coming to Beihai College. After all, it was too casual for them to let him into the college so easily just because he was an old friend. Beihai College was the highest institution in the Yuanwu continent. All the students came from all corners of the continent, and there was no lack of people with powerful backgrounds. Once an outsider intervened and something happened, even their college could not easily bear the responsibility. Therefore, no matter what the other party's purpose was for entering the college, and what the reason was, they had to ask clearly. However, in the face of the beautiful woman's careful interrogation, Xiao Yan answered vaguely and avoided most of the questions. This made the former feel particularly helpless. She could not help but feel a little regretful in her heart. Did she not consider too much when she asked the latter to return to the college with them? However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan raised a question that caused the pretty woman to be surprised. May I ask if teacher Lu Xian, the dean of Beihai College, Haimachin, is currently in the college? When these words came out, Lu Xian's slightly pale face could not help but reveal a hint of surprise. She did not expect Xiao Yan to be able to call out the dean's name. It must be known that even some students who had stayed in the college for a few years might not know their dean's name. Haimachin. Who is that? At the side, the three girls who did not hear Xiao Yan's question clearly immediately voiced out their doubts. Lu Xian's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. After a moment, she shook her head and said, I don't know either. I'm not sure about that either. The headmaster is always elusive, and many people in the academy haven't seen him for years or even decades. Even some of the academy's elders with high authority are the same. After hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but frown. If this was the case, then the chances of seeing Haimachin on this trip were very slim. If you are in a hurry to find him, you can try to find someone. Maybe he knows where the dean is. Seeing the worried expression on Xiao Yan's face, Lu Xian frowned and pondered for a moment before speaking again. Oh, who? He raised his eyebrows. To know something that even the college elders did not know, this person was probably extraordinary. The number one person among all the students of Beihai College, Shui Miao. He is the only student who has personally seen the dean in the past 10 years. When these words came out, Xiao Yan's expression could not help but change slightly. This meant that Haimachin recognized the latter's talent and ability. Xiao Yan naturally knew Haimachin's identity very well. Anyone who could be recognized by him was definitely the best among the younger generation. If there were no accidents, there would definitely be a place for him on this continent in the future. Shui Miao, huh? It seems that it is necessary to meet him. Chapter 1016. A week later, a huge group of islands appeared in the distance in Xiao Yan's group's line of sight. According to Lu Xian, this was the main island of Beihai College. It was located in the middle of this group of islands. The largest island was the island where Beihai College had been established. Looking from afar, the main island of Beihai College was like a huge pagoda that stood in the vast sea. The lush green mountains emitted a rich life force. The pavilions built on the cliffs were almost hidden in the clouds, causing the entire island to appear like a paradise on earth. If one could sense such a scene from afar, one would not know what it would be like when one approached. Very soon, Xiao Yan's group of 5 arrived in front of the archipelago. The closer they were to the archipelago, the more beautiful the scene in front of them became. One could bluntly say that such a scene was extremely rare even in this world. Xiao Yan's heart gradually heated up as he looked at the lush green mountains in front of him and the mist that lingered in the forest. He had finally arrived at Beihai College. However, there were already people on the island who had noticed Xiao Yan's arrival at the same time that he arrived at this place. A huge statue stood at the top of a towering mountain on the main island of Beihai College. The highest point of the statue had already penetrated through the layers of clouds in the sky and was exposed to the 9 heavens. At this moment, there was a wooden pavilion at the top of the statue. There was a square table with 2 exquisite wooden teacups on it. The fragrance of tea lingered, forming a thin layer of mist that gradually spread in all directions. 2 figures were seated at the 2 ends of the wooden table. One of them was wearing a blue robe and had an aged face. If one were to take a closer look, one would find that his appearance was exactly the same as Guyu. This person was the ultimate target of Xiao Yan's trip to the Northern Sea, Haimachin. At this moment, the person seated opposite him was a black-robed old man with a somewhat aged face that gave off a domineering aura. His square face was filled with fierce-looking muscles. A pair of deep eyes stared at the teacups on the table in front of him. A trace of tiredness was unknowingly revealed in his eyes. "Old fellow, you have been waiting here for a few months. What are you waiting for? If you don't say anything, I will return. The empty realm at the bottom of the sea has opened. Those brats have already entered. Previously, I vaguely sensed that the empty realm at the bottom of the sea was a little unstable. I don't know what's the situation now." The black-robed old man could not help but yawn. "Haha, I did not say that I would not allow you to leave. You were the one who came here on your own accord. You even drank a few pots of my good tea. Now, you are blaming me." Haimachin teased. It was as though he was waiting for the person in front of him to leave. "TCH, don't think that I can't tell. How can I not understand you after so many years?" The black-robed old man curled his lips and continued. "I have already sensed that something was wrong with you a few years ago. You seem to be waiting for something. In particular, you have not left the academy for the past few months. You seem to be increasingly anxious and uneasy." The old man lifted his deep eyes. His brows were tightly knitted together as he stared at Haimachin. His heart was filled with doubt and a great uneasiness. For some reason, he sensed that this old fellow, who had accompanied him for an unknown number of years, was about to leave. "Haha, that's right. I have waited for 1,000 years. This day has finally arrived." Haimachin smiled brightly. His smile was somewhat free and easy. However, almost at the same time, the expression of the black-robed old man opposite him abruptly changed. Haimachin's words seemed to have allowed him to understand a lot. "You are saying that person has arrived? He is already at the foot of the mountain. I believe that you will see him soon." Soon after, the 2 of them swept their eyes downwards. With their cultivation, everything that happened on the island was reflected in their eyes. Heavenly flame, it's the bone-chilling flame. Xiao Yan, who possessed a heavenly flame, was still able to hide it a little in the eyes of others. However, in the eyes of these 2 people, it appeared as though he had been stripped from inside out. Everything was revealed in the eyes of these 2 people. That's right. He has already found Guyu. Naturally, it will be me next. The reason why he came to the Northern Sea is because I am here. Haimachin smiled. He naturally thought of Guyu when the bone-chilling flame was mentioned. "What do you plan to do? Go with him? This is my duty. I established the academy just to wait for this day to come. However, if this brat wants me to go with him, he will have to show me sufficient strength." Haimachin teased. He seemed to have thought of something. "You are talking about Shui Miao? That brat is indeed a good seedling. Moreover, the faction behind him seems to be extraordinary." The black-robed old man pondered for a moment before he thought of the young man who had impressed Haimachin. "Haha, let's wait and see. I believe that there will be a good show waiting for us." At the same time, Xiao Yan had already reached the island. Under the guidance of Lu Xian, he quickly flew toward the peak of the mountain on the island. 15 minutes later, Xiao Yan and Lu Xian arrived at the peak of the mountain. There was a huge plaza at the peak of the mountain. On both sides of the plaza were large groups of buildings that surrounded the entire mountain. At this moment, there was a protruding mountain rock opposite the plaza in front of Xiao Yan and Lu Xian. The mountain rock had been cut into a platform at a height of 20 to 30 feet. There was an extremely large white statue on the platform. The statue stood at the peak of the mountain and reached into the clouds. Although one could not see the statue's face clearly, one could see that the statue's hands were placed in front of its chest and formed a strange hand seal. However, when Xiao Yan saw the huge statue for the first time, the expression in his pitch-black eyes suddenly froze. The statue's appearance was almost the same as the one he had seen in Guyu's cave. The only difference was that the hand seals formed by the statue's hands were different. Tu Shi ancient god, Xiao Yan muttered softly in his mouth. He could not help but be surprised that he was able to see the Tu Shi ancient god statue again. The two of them seemed to have been prepared beforehand. His gaze moved. There were many stone platforms floating around the statue. Each stone platform was connected by chains that extended beyond the clouds. Those stone platforms seemed to be stairs that led to the top of the statue. However, just as Xiao Yan was feeling curious in his heart, a middle-aged man walked toward the two of them from a certain spot in the open ground. At the same time, the latter's bell-like, solemn voice was transmitted over. Beihai College is an important place. Outsiders are not allowed to trespass. Please leave. Chapter 1017. His heavy voice reverberated across the square like the ringing of a bell. Immediately, it attracted the attention of some of the young students in the square. The middle-aged man's agility was extremely swift. By the time Xiao Yan and Lu Xian beside him turned their heads to look, the middle-aged man had already arrived in front of the two of them. This unexpected speed caused even Xiao Yan's heart to involuntarily tremble. Such a frightening speed meant that this person was likely an origin transformation expert. When Lu Xian saw the person who had arrived, a respectful expression appeared on her face. She hurriedly described what had happened on the sea a few days ago to the person in front of her. Only when the middle-aged man heard this did his originally stern expression soften slightly. At the same time, his gaze that landed on Xiao Yan also contained some surprise. Deacon Wu, Mr. Xiao Yan has come to my Beihai College in order to find an old friend of his. As a result, I brought him here to see if he could find that friend of his. The moment Lu Xian said these words, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly became dull. Deacon. According to what Lu Xian had said, this origin transformation expert in front of him was only an ordinary deacon in Beihai College. In that case, just how strong and frightening would the strength of those in charge and the elders be? Oh. Old friend? Then may I ask who this little brother is looking for? What's his name? I basically know all the students in the school. As long as you can tell me his name, I will definitely be able to help you find him. Deacon Wu raised his eyebrows slightly. He curiously looked at Xiao Yan and asked with a smile. Xiao Yan gently shook his head when he heard this. He cupped his hands together and said, Senior, the person this junior is looking for is not a student of the school. Oh. In that case, it's a teacher or an elder. That's even more convenient. There are many students in the school. Even if you tell me his name, it will be difficult to find him in a short amount of time. If it's a teacher or something like that, I have complete confidence that I can help you find him. As he spoke, Deacon Wu patted his chest with a smile. His face was filled with confidence and did not seem to be fake. In response, Xiao Yan also held on to a feeling of expectation. He respectfully cupped his hands towards Deacon Wu and said with a smile, Senior, thank you. Then I will thank you in advance. The person I am looking for is the Dean of Beihai College, Hai Machin. As soon as these words left his mouth, whether it was Lu Xian beside Xiao Yan or Deacon Wu in front of him, the expression on their faces instantly froze. Deacon Wu's originally confident smile gradually disappeared. His eyes were filled with astonishment. He stared at Xiao Yan in disbelief. Even Lu Xian was extremely surprised. Although she had heard Xiao Yan ask about Hai Machun before, she had never thought that the so-called old friend the latter mentioned was actually the dean of Beihai College. This was really inconceivable. At this time, Deacon Wu's heart was also filled with regret. A moment ago, he had confidently answered the latter, but in the next moment, Xiao Yan's answer was like a clap of thunder, causing him to suddenly be at a loss. Hai Machun, the supreme dean of Beihai College, had been a particularly mysterious figure since the establishment of the college. All the mentor-level figures in Beihai College knew of Hai Machun's existence, but there were very few people who had actually seen him. Unfortunately, Deacon Wu had never seen Hai Machun. Since he had entered the college, he had heard a lot about Hai Machun. The latter's powerful cultivation made him yearn for it. However, as time passed, he had never seen the latter's figure. Even if he had heard several times that Hai Machun had returned to the college, he had only heard of his voice but had not seen his figure. At times, he even suspected whether such a person really existed in the college. Was there really such an expert guarding the college? From this, one could see how mysterious Hai Machun was. Even the people in the college did not know where he was. It was easier said than done to find him. This little brother, may I know what is your relationship with our dean? It was a long while later before Deacon Wu slowly opened his mouth with some hesitation. From his expression, one could tell that he was at a loss. An old friend's disciple. Xiao Yan smiled as he spoke. The so-called old friend was naturally Gu Yu. Since Xiao Yan had come to the Yuanwu continent, Gu Yu had taught him many things. Speaking of which, Xiao Yan could be considered half a disciple of Gu Yu. Deacon Wu's expression immediately became even uglier when he heard these words. His heart was filled with bitterness. It was only a long while later that he laughed dryly with a burning face. Little brother Xiao Yan, it is not that I want to deceive you, but I do not know where the dean is. Even some of the elders in the college do not know. Therefore, I hope that you can understand. Even with his cultivation at the origin transformation stage, Deacon Wu could not help but feel a little apprehensive when he heard that Gu Yu was the disciple of Hai Machun's old friend. After all, for someone to be known as Hai Machun's old friend, there was no need to think too much about the cultivation of Xiao Yan's teacher. If he offended Xiao Yan, it would be equivalent to offending his teacher. At the same time, it would be equivalent to offending Hai Machun. Xiao Yan immediately became depressed when he heard Deacon Wu's words. The latter's answer was just as Lu Xian had said. Even the elders in the college did not know where Hai Machun was. You wish to find the dean. However, it was also at this moment that a clear voice suddenly sounded in the sky. The gazes of everyone on the square immediately began to look all around. Very quickly, someone's gaze noticed a figure that had suddenly appeared high up in the sky. The figure wore the uniform of a student. He had a slender figure and a handsome appearance. When everyone noticed his figure, the figure slowly descended. He stood on the ground not far from Xiao Yan and the others. It was only now that everyone could clearly see his appearance. The man's jet black hair was tied behind his back. It was as smooth as silk. Under his thick black eyebrows were two enchanting pitch-black eyes that seemed to be inlaid with gemstones. The corners of his eyes were slightly raised, making his eyes seem even more charming. His red lips were slightly pursed, seeming to be smiling yet not smiling. There was an indescribable sense of confidence in him, causing his aura to rise once again. With just a glance, people could not help but sigh in amazement. His appearance was imposing, high-spirited, and valiant. When this man appeared, Xiao Yan had already placed all of his attention on him. Both of his eyes narrowed as they stared intently at the latter. A long while later, he finally slowly said, "Don't underestimate me. You are the current number 1 person in Beihai College, Shui Miao?" "That's right." Chapter 10:18. The two words came out of his mouth without the slightest bit of modesty. Instantly, Shui Miao was like a superstar on the stage, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the square. All of their gazes were filled with admiration and passion. The man in front of them was simply a legendary figure to them. However, the latter was now standing upright in front of them. This immediately stirred up the emotions of countless people in the square, especially the girls. They could not help but scream out loud. When all the men looked at Shui Miao, their eyes were filled with a blazing flame and some hostility. All the girls had faces filled with admiration and desire. From time to time, they would fantasize about something in their minds. Even most of the teachers were looking at Shui Miao with faces filled with amazement. In a certain pavilion within the academy, a few old men in the robes of the academy's elders were standing before the window at this moment. Their deep eyes were focused on Shui Miao, who had appeared on the square at this moment, and their hearts were filled with slight anticipation. This kid has been in seclusion for a few years. He's finally come out. I wonder what his cultivation is like. He's probably about to reach the origin transformation realm. The principal valued him greatly back then. His future will definitely be limitless. The origin transformation realm is only the beginning. Hee, you guys, don't always look at your own people. Haven't you noticed that there's something different about that black-robed kid? The old men stared at Shui Miao as they constantly sighed in amazement. Only when someone noticed Xiao Yan did they look over as well. The black robes that the kid is wearing seem to be the power of the ways? This kid isn't simple either. Another genius. And from the looks of it, there will definitely be a clash between the two dragons. The various elders could not help but click their tongues in amazement as they stared at Xiao Yan on the plaza. At the same time, some expectation appeared in their deep, old eyes. A clash between the geniuses of the younger generation was definitely going to be a good show. Moreover, such a duel wasn't just a good show for them. It was also an opportunity for the students of the academy to grow. In just a few moments, the square at the top of the mountain was surrounded by people. The appearance of Shui Miao had alarmed the entire Beihai College. All the students on the mountain swiftly gathered towards the top of the mountain. Numerous figures were like meteors flying in the sky as they swiftly rushed to the top of the mountain. Their gazes were filled with anticipation as they looked at Shui Miao, who was surrounded by a large crowd. You said earlier that you're here to look for the dean? Shui Miao narrowed his eyes and sized up Xiao Yan, as if he was scrutinizing something. Only then did he speak slowly. I'm Xiao Yan. I'm here to look for the dean of Beihai College, Hai Machin. Xiao Yan cupped his hands and said with a smile. Do you think you can meet the dean just because you want to? I have to see him today. The two of them stared at each other. The atmosphere was tense, and the invisible void started to distort for no reason. It was Shui Miao's first time meeting Xiao Yan. However, he seemed to hold a grudge against the person in front of him, as if he had been waiting for him for a long time. Both of their eyes were sharp, and there was a fierce glint in the depths of their eyes. Flames filled Xiao Yan's eyes, but in Shui Miao's eyes, there was only a deep blue sea. After a short confrontation, the two of them were evenly matched. Sure, I know where the dean is, and I can help you meet him. However, before that, you have to get through me first. Shui Miao looked deeply at Xiao Yan. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he spoke with great interest. Wow! As soon as these words came out, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. They did not expect Shui Miao to say such words to someone the moment he appeared. It was obvious that he wanted to challenge him. Xiao Yan nodded with a smile in response to Shui Miao's straightforward words. He had already noticed this the moment he saw the latter. The latter's appearance did not seem to be a coincidence. Even the way Shui Miao looked at him was different. It seemed that Hai Machin already knew of his arrival. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was involuntarily lifted into a smile when he thought until this point. Putting it this way, Hai Machin should be in this academy. Moreover, it was very likely that the latter was currently staring at him. Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily became absent-minded as this thought flashed across his heart. He looked all around him. There were many pavilions built all over this vast mountain peak. However, he could not think of any place where Hai Machin was. It was only when Xiao Yan's gaze returned to the magnificent statue in front of him that he seemed to have thought of something. Those floating stone platforms, then. Xiao Yan suddenly raised his gaze and looked at the top of the statue. It was hidden in the clouds, and the people in the college could not see it at all. However, if one looked down from there, it was enough to see the entire Beihai College. If Hai Machin was looking at him at this moment and was not in one of the lofts, then the only possibility was that he was at the top of the statue. Xiao Yan's eyes, which were filled with flames, penetrated through the cloud layer. It appeared that he wanted to clearly see the sky above. However, Shui Miao, who was in front of him, quickly swept her gaze around. Her sharp gaze forced Xiao Yan to withdraw his gaze. Humph, with a satisfied smile, Shui Miao's action confirmed Xiao Yan's conjecture. Hey, this guy seems to have found you here. At the same time, at the top of the statue, the black-robed man could not help but exclaim in surprise. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Hai Machin with interest. At this moment, the latter also had a smile on his face and nodded in gratification. Next, let's see how strong he is. At the same time, Xiao Yan and Shui Miao on the square looked at each other again. Xiao Yan smiled and imitated Shui Miao to size him up. Then, he said in a flat tone, "How do you want to compete?" "Simple, let's make it quick. If you can beat me within 100 rounds, I will tell you where the dean is. If you can't beat me, then leave Beihai College and never come back." "Okay." In the face of Shui Miao's powerful words, Xiao Yan did not show any weakness. Just one word, as if it contained some kind of power, set off an invisible storm in the square. The atmosphere suddenly froze at this moment. The surrounding students quickly retreated under the instruction of the mentors, leaving more than half of the square for the two who were already at daggers drawn. "I'm Shui Miao from Beihai College." The two stood in the square. Shui Miao cupped his fist to Xiao Yan and spoke slowly in a clear voice. Xiao Yan also imitated the former's tone and reported his name. "I'm Xiao Yan." Chapter 10:19. If you can defeat me in 100 exchanges, you will be able to see the headmaster. If you can't, you will leave. Shui Miao's clear shout reverberated across the plaza. With a thought, surging Do Qi immediately surged out from the vortex in his body. As his aura changed, the surrounding Genesis Qi also began to churn, transforming into a storm that lingered around Shui Miao's body. The appearance of this scene caused the faces of all the students and teachers present to reveal expressions of shock. Even the few elders in the distant building could not help but feel a wave of shock. Half-step to the origin transformation stage. This brat seems to be a little stronger than we expected. From the looks of his aura, I believe that he will be able to make an official breakthrough in less than half a year. To advance from a half-step emperor to the origin transformation stage in a short 10 years, this brat will likely become the first person in our academy to do so in the past 100 years. Shock was revealed on the faces of all the elders. Shui Miao's talent really surpassed that of an ordinary person. It was no wonder that even the headmaster favored him. Half-step to the origin transformation stage, Xiao Yan softly muttered. He could not help but feel shocked by Shui Miao's strength. Ever since he had roamed the continent, the Shui Miao before him could be said to be the strongest person among the younger generation he had seen. The two of them were of similar age, but the latter's cultivation had already reached such a level. Just this point alone was not something that Zhou Yuan could underestimate. I will definitely meet him. In just an instant, Xiao Yan had already recovered. He did not know whether to laugh or not. His feet gently stepped on the ground and the Do Qi within the vortex in his body abruptly swept out in all directions at this moment. Buzz! Two powerful auras suddenly collided in the plaza. Soon after, they turned into a storm that dissipated together. At almost the same time, the gazes of everyone in the plaza suddenly shifted from Shui Miao's body to Xiao Yan's. Shocked expressions were revealed on every face as disbelief filled their hearts. This guy, is only a 7-star Do Di? I was wondering what his cultivation level would be. In the end, he is only a 7-star Do Di. Even among us, there are quite a few people who can suppress him. To think that he dares to act so confident when facing senior Shui Miao. This guy is too arrogant. Heh heh, such arrogant people should be taught a sufficient lesson. Today, Senior Shui Miao will properly teach him a lesson. Ha ha ha. The surrounding students who were watching from the sidelines had faces full of ridicule as they watched Xiao Yan display his strength on the open ground. Their words were filled with cold laughter and ridicule. Even some of the instructors and deacons could not help but throw a disappointed gaze at him. Being able to raise his cultivation to a 7-star Do D at such an age was extremely rare among these students. This also proved Xiao Yan's talent to them. However, Xiao Yan's arrogance would likely become a large obstacle on his path to growth. Of course, not everyone thought this way. At this moment, Lu Xian's face was filled with shock as she stared at Xiao Yan. Her heart was filled with disbelief. She had once personally witnessed Xiao Yan rely on his own strength to easily suppress 5 elite Do D. Although the strongest person among the 5 of them was merely a 6-star Do D, under normal circumstances, such a group was not something that a 7-star Do D could easily finish off. However, when she looked at Xiao Yan again, Lu Xian recalled everything that had happened a couple of days ago. Even if all the instructors and students present thought that Xiao Yan was only a 7-star Do D, she would definitely not think so. Before seeing the outcome of the matter, one could not make a rash comment. Even more so, one could not underestimate anyone because of appearances. The result of doing so would only bring about an unbearable blow to oneself. Therefore, while everyone present was laughing coldly and ridiculing Xiao Yan because of the aura that he had displayed, Shui Miao and those elders in the pavilion were staring at Xiao Yan in an extremely cautious manner. In the next moment, the battle officially began. Ha! The 2 people in the middle of the arena let out an explosive cry in unison. Their actions were completely in sync as they violently stomped on the ground. A frightening strength poured out at the same time. The arena shook intensely and actually caved in. The bodies of the 2 people also shot forward in a lightning-like manner. Bang! Their fists collided and the bodies of the 2 people were instantly fixed in the middle of the arena. A frightening energy storm immediately swept apart and destroyed the entire arena in an instant. In the middle of the arena, Xiao Yan and Shui Miao's eyes met. Their faces carried arrogant and unruly smiles. They were both members of the younger generation who were thought highly of. This was only the first time that the 2 of them had met, but they were already like fire and water. Humph. Shui Miao took half a step back after the punch landed. He clenched his right fist tightly and a surging water affinity Do Qi immediately surged out of his body and covered his entire arm. Soon after, he once again threw a punch violently toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was unwilling to be outdone. At the same time that his right fist was clenched tightly, a thick white flame covered his entire arm. The frighteningly high temperature actually caused the temperature of this place to rise significantly. Heavenly flame huh? Shui Miao's eyes shrunk slightly. He could not help but feel a wave of shock in his heart. Bang! Soon after, an intense collision occurred once again. The energy wave formed by fire and water immediately swept to both sides with the 2 people in the middle. Immediately, the expressions of the instructors around the arena involuntarily changed. They hurriedly took a step forward. A substance-like Do Qi light barrier immediately rose from the ground and blocked the energy wave the moment it swept over. Even though this was the case, the sturdy Do Qi light barrier could not help but tremble intensely. Feeling the frightening aura that pounced from within the light barrier, the faces of all the students present involuntarily turned slightly pale. If it were not for the instructors blocking it, it was likely that they would have all fallen to the ground at this moment. In the collision just now, Xiao Yan and Shui Miao could be said to be evenly matched. The dispute between fire and water was ultimately unable to see an outcome. This also allowed them to understand that Xiao Yan was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. However, in the blink of an eye, those students who had previously boasted that they could easily suppress Xiao Yan had bitterly retreated at this moment. Xiao Yan and Shui Miao, who were in the middle of the arena, also shook their bodies. Do Qi poured out and the 2 of them withdrew respectively. You are indeed not as simple as you appear on the surface. You flatter me. You are not bad yourself. Xiao Yan gently clenched his fist and parted his mouth to laugh softly. There is no need to be happy too early. This is merely the first round. Again. Shui Miao similarly laughed coldly. He clenched the 5 fingers of his right hand. Do Qi surged and removed that numbness. Chapter 10:20. As his Do Qi surged, blue water quickly condensed on the surface of Shui Miao's body and turned into an armor made of water. Following the agglomeration of the armor, the ground around Shui Miao's body was also covered by water. Even the air, which had become dry because of Xiao Yan's heavenly flame, a moment ago, had once again become moist. Just the overflow of Do Qi could cause changes in the world. Shui Miao's title as the #1 person in Beihai College was not just for show. As the armor condensed, Shui Miao's palm turned and the storage ring on his finger flashed. Immediately, a black spear appeared in his hand. Suddenly, a biting cold murderous aura spread out from it. However, from this aura, one could imagine how much blood this spear had been stained with. Let's see how you're going to defeat me within 100 rounds. Whale plundering spear, raging whale tsunami. Shui Miao's face was cold and his eyes were cold. With a twist of his wrist, the spear in his hand rotated. The tip of the spear landed on the ground and pierced into the water around him. Then, it swept across the water fiercely. The water splashed and condensed rapidly in midair. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge wave that blocked in front of Shui Miao. The latter's feet violently stomped on the ground. His body immediately rose and gently landed on the top of this enormous wave. The tip of the spear that was overflowing with a cold glow once again drew across the surface of the water. The wave immediately pounced towards Xiao Yan from all directions. Can't I dodge it? Looking at the huge wave that had covered more than half of the square in the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered slightly. He felt the turbulent aura coming from it and his heart was secretly in awe. With a thought, the majestic Do Qi in his body suddenly burst out. With a flip of his hand, the black dark heavy buster sword immediately fell into his hand. His left hand fiercely slashed across the body of the buster sword. The blazing white flame immediately climbed onto the buster sword. The blazing heat also spread out. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler, 1 buster sword. After swinging the buster sword, Xiao Yan's standing body suddenly twisted. Without hesitation, he turned around and swung another 2 buster sword. 3 majestic buster lights seemed to want to separate the sky and the earth. In the blink of an eye, they had all merged together. Outside the square, countless students revealed shocked faces as they watched the scene in front of them. The blood in their bodies also began to boil. A battle of water and fire. This could be said to be a battle between 2 old enemies. After the collision earlier, everyone present clearly understood that if the cultivations of these 2 people were to be compared, it would be impossible to determine the victor. Currently, the only thing that the 2 of them could compare was their own combat experience and the Do skills that they had grasped. In this kind of battle, rich combat experience and powerful Do techniques would undoubtedly become the key to determining victory or defeat. When the shocking huge wave that spanned across the plaza collided with the majestic ruler light that stood between heaven and earth, the entire plaza instantly quietened down. Everyone held their breaths in concentration as they stared fixedly at the center of the plaza, waiting for the next second to arrive. Boom! Soon after, blue and white lights intertwined and filled the entire square. In an instant, the vision of all the students outside the battlefield was blocked. They only heard a deafening explosion sound. Everyone's vision became unusually blurry. Only the instructors and the leaders of the various parties could still clearly see the situation of the battle. The frightening energy storm violently struck the energy barrier outside the square. The entire square trembled intensely. Everything within the battle circle had already been destroyed. When the dazzling light gradually dimmed, an intense sound of metal colliding was emitted from within the battle circle. Everyone looked over in the direction of the sound. They saw that within the battle circle, Xiao Yan and Shui Miao were both waving the weapons in their hands and clashing intensely with each other. In the air, Shui Miao held a long spear in his hand and displayed his spear technique. The sharp tip of the spear was like a poisonous snake as it swiftly pierced towards the vital parts of Xiao Yan's body. The tip of the spear easily tore through the air, bringing about an ear-piercing sonic boom as it rapidly approached Xiao Yan's throat. Facing Shui Miao's lightning-like attack, Xiao Yan did not show any signs of weakness. Even though the heavy Xian ruler in his hand was relatively larger, in Xiao Yan's hand, his brandishing was not the slightest bit slower than the long spear in Shui Miao's hand. Seeing that the tip of the spear was already in front of him, Xiao Yan waved the huge ruler in his hand and immediately blocked in front of him. In a burst of sparks, the long spear was blocked. Ding! However, immediately after, the tip of the spear strangely arrived at Xiao Yan's knee. The tip of the spear was swift and fierce as it ruthlessly swept across. However, it narrowly missed Xiao Yan's knee. Despite having dodged the tip of the spear, Xiao Yan's pants were easily torn apart by the sharp dou qi that was contained on the tip of the spear. It even left behind a thin trace of blood on the skin under it. Feeling the slight chill from his knee, Xiao Yan suddenly swept his huge ruler horizontally and smashed it towards Shui Miao's head. The latter sneered and lifted his spear in an attempt to block Xiao Yan's attack. Clang! The moment the huge ruler and the spear collided, a frightening force suddenly poured out. Shui Miao's expression also changed drastically at this moment. He had never imagined that this attack from Xiao Yan would actually contain such a frightening force. The long spear was swiftly bent under the frightening strength. The entire body of the spear was smashed into an extremely strange and dangerous arc. The two rubbed against each other and sparks shot out. Only when Xiao Yan withdrew the enormous ruler did Shui Miao's body involuntarily take a couple of steps back. The long spear in his hand was still trembling intensely, causing both of his hands, which were holding the long spear, to swiftly become numb. Even the spot between his thumb and index finger had been shaken apart and fresh blood immediately surged. In this collision, Shui Miao had suffered a small loss. A large part of the reason could only be blamed on him underestimating his opponent and the strength contained in Xiao Yan's body. Humph, it's the 30th round. Again. Whale plundering spear, whale dragon appear. With a chill in his heart, Shui Miao no longer dared to be careless in front of Xiao Yan. His hand violently cut across the body of the spear and the trembling body of the spear immediately calmed down. With a thought, dou qi surfaced on the long spear. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a ferocious beast that wrapped around the body of the spear and hid it within. It rushed out with the long spear, drawing an extremely strange arc in the air as it approached Xiao Yan's throat with lightning-like speed. Xiao Yan's expression sunk as he sensed the frightening aura emitted from the ferocious beast. He could not help but feel a solemn feeling in his heart. Holding the huge ruler in his hand, a vast and mighty spiritual strength immediately surged out from between his eyebrows. In an instant, he saw through the killing move hidden under the ferocious beast. While his body retreated, he lifted the heavy Xian ruler in his hand. Flames surged as he violently hacked a trajectory in front of him from top to bottom. As the huge ruler descended, a ferocious strength tore apart the illusionary figure of the ferocious beast. Following which, the ruler's strength did not diminish as it violently collided with the seemingly invisible tip of the spear below. The illusionary figure of the ferocious beast was instantly shattered. However, there was nothing below it. When the people outside the arena saw this, they could not help but feel anxious in their hearts. If Xiao Yan's attack missed, the price he would have to pay would not be easy to bear. However, in the next instant, under the broad blade of the heavy Xian ruler, the tip of the spear that carried a cold light suddenly appeared. After which, it violently collided with the heavy Xian ruler. Chapter 1021. Clang. As the ruler fell, the thick blade of the ruler violently collided with the tip of the spear. A powerful force immediately surged out. A dense white flame swiftly spread from the huge ruler and climbed onto the cold glint of the tip of the spear. However, at the same time, a vast and mighty water affinity dou qi also pounced over and pounced into the flame without any hesitation, competing with each other. Besides this, the powerful force of the heavy ruler, supported by Xiao Yan's force, forcefully bent the spear. Shui Miao, who had attacked first, was sent flying back by Xiao Yan's heavy ruler, causing him to cut a rather sorry figure. Astonishment involuntarily flashed across Shui Miao's eyes at the fact that such a concealed attack had been detected by Xiao Yan. However, before he could ponder any further, the frightening force had already spread along the spear. Damn it, what frightening physical strength! A frightening force was transmitted from the spear once again, causing Shui Miao's arms to tremble uncontrollably. He tightly clenched his teeth, and as his expression changed, an even more turbulent dou qi swept outwards. Even the surrounding Genesis qi began to move along the spear, charging towards the raging thick white flames and the heavy Xian ruler. At this moment, Shui Miao's powerful half-step origin transformation stage strength was fully displayed. Humph! The trembling spear immediately stabilized under the cover of the boundless dou qi. Soon after, a cold snort sounded as his hand viciously slammed against the spear. The spear, which had just regained its straight shape, immediately began to bend once again. The spear abruptly pressed forward under the cover of dou qi, causing the falling heavy ruler to be forcefully repelled. Let go! Taking advantage of the fact that the giant ruler was repelled by the spear, Shui Miao immediately let out a roar. He suddenly gripped the spear with both hands and forcefully shook it. The tip of the spear immediately began to sway at high speed, continuously colliding with the giant ruler, causing it to sway uncontrollably. Subsequently, the tip of the spear strangely twisted, causing sparks to fly. A powerful force erupted, borrowing the force from the spear to send the heavy Xian ruler flying from Xiao Yan's hands. Admit defeat. After knocking away Xiao Yan's weapon, Shui Miao's expression suddenly became fierce. He withdrew his spear and suddenly rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. His right hand held the spear, and his left hand turned into a claw. He viciously tore at Xiao Yan's chest. However, in the face of Shui Miao's ferocious attacks, Xiao Yan did not cower in the slightest. He allowed Shui Miao's ferocious claws to pounce on him as he suddenly clenched his hands into fists. At this moment, all the strength in his body was mobilized. Slash! In merely an instant, the black-colored robe on the surface of Xiao Yan's body was easily torn apart. Soon after, a sharp hand claw landed on Xiao Yan's chest without any reduction in strength. Clang clang clang! After the robe was torn apart, Shui Miao's claws landed on Xiao Yan's chest. Then, a crisp sound of metal colliding rang out. When everyone present, including Shui Miao, looked over, the scene that appeared at this moment made everyone stunned. At this moment, Xiao Yan's body was covered by a layer of purple gold scales. Shui Miao's attack landed on Xiao Yan's chest, but it was completely blocked. What? Shui Miao's pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. He stomped his feet heavily in the air, and his body immediately shot backward. Force elephant tactic. However, at the same time, Xiao Yan suddenly followed up. He raised his right fist, and a terrifyingly powerful force rapidly gathered in his palm. He threw a punch, and it fiercely blasted towards Shui Miao's chest, who was close at hand. Shui Miao did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in the face of this punch from Xiao Yan. He did not have that strange protective scale armor. Should he be struck by this punch, it was likely that he would instantly lose his fighting strength. At the critical moment, Shui Miao instantly used the long spear in his right hand to block in front of him. The surging dou qi in his body also swarmed out and poured into the long spear without reservation, using this to block Xiao Yan's punch. Clang! When the fist landed, the entire place immediately emitted a buzzing sound. Everyone's eardrums involuntarily trembled intensely. Xiao Yan's fist violently smashed onto the long spear. A frightening strength instantly erupted. At this moment, this fleshy fist was even stronger than the long spear in front of him, which was made from a special material. At the moment when the two collided, the long spear's hard body, which was supported by dou qi, was still unstoppably bent rapidly until it was pressed against Shui Miao's chest. The latter could not help but let out a muffled groan. Bang! It was also at this moment that Shui Miao's clothes suddenly burst open. He lost control of his entire body in an instant, and rapidly fell to the ground below. Before he landed on the ground, the terrifying force had already blasted a huge crater in the already dilapidated square below. Shui Miao's body was ruthlessly smashed into the crater and buried deep inside. Outside the arena, everyone's faces were filled with shock as they watched the scene that had appeared in the arena. They really did not dare to believe their eyes. The number one person in Beihai College, Shui Miao, had already been defeated. Moreover, he had actually been defeated in the hands of a 7-star Do Di. It was likely that no one would believe it even if they told this to anyone. The arena was completely silent. Those instructors also frowned one after another. Their hearts were filled with shock as they watched the huge pit that was filled with dust in the middle of the arena. This Xiao Yan, who had suddenly appeared, had already brought them too much shock within this short period of time. Within the pavilion, those elders from the academy were also similarly watching Xiao Yan in the sky above the arena with surprise. Only Hai Machin and the black-robed old man, who were currently high up, were staring at Xiao Yan below with great interest. The former was still all right. As for the latter, when he saw the purple gold scale armor that had surfaced on Xiao Yan's body, even with the latter's mental fortitude, his expression involuntarily changed. Who is this brat? Why does he have something from the ancient Void Dragon tribe? Dragon scale armor, no, it also doesn't seem to be. I have seen a dragon scale armor before. Although it is extraordinary, it is far from being comparable to the one on his body. This brat seems to be carrying quite a number of secrets on him. The black-robed old man, who was originally indifferent to many things, was currently feeling a little curious about Xiao Yan because of the things on his body. It was also at this moment that a low and deep voice was faintly emitted from within the enormous pit on the square below. I have to say that I have indeed underestimated you previously. I did not expect your physical strength to be so strong. Next, I should also take out some real things. Following the appearance of the voice, a dense fog suddenly permeated the air within this battleground that had been formed by the instructor's ability. At the same time, Shui Miao, whose upper body was naked, once again flew up. Each time his feet gently stepped on empty air, a small puddle of water would form under his feet. When his body once again arrived in front of Xiao Yan, 9 water curtains were agglomerated around him. This is the great way of water. Looking at the 9 water curtains that had formed around Shui Miao, Xiao Yan could not help but softly mutter and smile with interest. Chapter 1022. The Strength of the Great Way. That's right, Senior Shui Miao still has the strength of the Great Way. Back then, when Senior was still a 5-star Do Di, there were rumors that he had comprehended the strength of the Great Way. Now that I have seen it, it is actually the Great Way of Water, which is the same attribute as him. Previously, Senior had been giving way to this kid. Now that he has unleashed the strength of the Great Way, this Xiao Yan is definitely going to lose. On the square, when the group of students saw the 9 water curtains condensed around Shui Miao, their faces immediately revealed a fanatical expression. Even though the strength that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier was quite extraordinary, this was only a part of it. In front of the strength of the Great Way, all of Xiao Yan's advantages would be greatly reduced. The strength of the Great Way was the most mysterious strength in this world. There were very few people in the world who could comprehend it. However, those who could comprehend the strength of the Great Way were definitely not comparable to ordinary experts of the same level. Even though Xiao Yan's combat strength was extraordinary, in front of the strength of the Great Way, it was difficult for him to unleash his usual extraordinary combat strength. Hiss. 9 Daos? I remember that a few years ago, this kid had only comprehended 6 Daos. Now, he has actually successfully condensed 9 Daos. It seems that not only has his behavior improved in these few years, but even his great path energy has not fallen behind. He is indeed worthy of being the person that even the headmaster thinks highly of. Once this kid grows up, he will definitely be a giant in the future. But I am curious. What is the strength of the Great Way of the one called Xiao Yan? Just as all the elders were amazed by Shui Miao, the elder who had first noticed Xiao Yan laughed again at this moment. He had a feeling that this Xiao Yan seemed to be a little unusual. Hearing this, the other elders beside him also glanced at Xiao Yan curiously, but then they shook their heads. Although they didn't know what kind of power of the Great Way Xiao Yan had mastered, his cultivation was still low after all, and he must not have comprehended the power of the Great Way for a long time. At this moment, Shui Miao had already cast the power of the Great Way, so Xiao Yan was about to be defeated. At the same time, the Shui Miao in front of Xiao Yan moved again. Just as the surrounding people were discussing, Shui Miao suddenly inserted his right hand into a water curtain beside him. Then, with a sudden pull, the entire water curtain was distorted. Pulling it in front of him, Shui Miao swiped his hands across it, and the water curtain immediately shrank and lengthened. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a long spear completely condensed from the power of the Great Path. This is materialization of the Great Tao. Materialization of the Great Tao. Just as the long spear in Shui Miao's hand materialized, in the pavilion in the distance, a burst of exclamations suddenly sounded. A group of elders couldn't even believe their eyes. Materialization of the Great Tao required a special understanding of the power of the Great Way to be able to materialize it. Back then, when this group of old guys comprehended the materialization of the Great Tao, they suffered a lot and spent a lot of time. However, now, Shui Miao's actions shocked them. Ordinary people knew that the power of the Great Way was extremely difficult to comprehend. However, they did not know that even if one comprehended the power of the Great Way, one would still have to face great difficulties in controlling it like one's own arm. The solidification of the Great Way was the greatest obstacle after comprehending the power of the Great Way. This kid, his rate of growth is far more terrifying than we expected. In the pavilion, several elders took a deep breath and said slowly with shock on their faces. Hee, not bad. 3 water screens in 3 years. This kid is not bad. However, compared to Xiao Yan, there's still a gap. Above the clouds, the black-robed man smiled as he looked down at Shui Miao, who was displaying the power of the Great Way. He chuckled, but there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Seeing this, Haimachin shrugged helplessly. Xiao Yan, I can feel that you also have the aura of the power of the Great Way. Come, let's determine the winner with the power of the Great Way. A clear shout reverberated between heaven and earth. When the surrounding students heard Shui Miao's words, their expressions changed. They didn't expect that even Xiao Yan had also mastered the power of the Great Way. Since you're so kind as to invite me, I'll reluctantly accept. Xiao Yan smiled. A thought passed through his mind and the invisible space around him suddenly became distorted. Soon after, a bang sounded and it burst apart. Waves of mysterious, pitch-black energy surged out from the dark shadow. Moreover, it also intertwined and condensed around Xiao Yan, turning into one curtain after another. The expressions on the faces of Shui Miao and those elders from the academy involuntarily changed the moment they saw the strange energy. Numerous gazes of disbelief stared intently at the dark black curtain that was agglomerated around Xiao Yan. The shock in their hearts was extremely great. Hiss, this is actually the void, the Great Way of the void. This Xiao Yan. He has actually comprehended the Great Way of the void. This is really shocking. When the elders recognized the Great Way that Xiao Yan had grasped, endless shock surged into their hearts. They had never dared to imagine that Xiao Yan could actually comprehend the Great Way of the void. If the Great Way that Shui Miao had revealed was enough to make them feel amazed, then the Great Way of the void that they saw right now was enough to shock them. The Great Way of the void was at the top of all the Great Ways. Its uniqueness could be described as heaven-defying. In the history of the entire continent, anyone who could grasp the Great Way of the void was an extremely powerful existence. They even stood at the very top of the pyramid of the entire continent. Just this point alone was enough to imagine how terrifying the Great Way of the void was. However, the shock that Xiao Yan gave them was far from over. Everyone present watched one tent after another agglomerating around Xiao Yan's body with their own eyes. The expressions on their faces also became increasingly exaggerated. Even those elders from the academy also had stunned expressions. 7, 8, 9, 10. There were a total of 10 curtains. Just based on the number of great ways that had condensed, Xiao Yan had already surpassed Shui Miao. At this moment, the word disbelief was written all over everyone's faces. Shui Miao, who stood opposite Xiao Yan, had an extremely grave expression on his handsome face. The more he interacted with the person before him, the more he could feel how terrifying the person before him was. In the entire continent, there were not many people among the younger generation who could make him treat them like this. However, Xiao Yan, whose origins were unknown, was now bound to join the ranks. In fact, in comparison, Xiao Yan and those fellows made him feel even more threatened. Xiao Yan, surnamed Xiao, could it be? But that can't be right. I know those fellows in his family very well. There hasn't been such a person in recent years. Who exactly is he? Shui Miao's gaze focused on Xiao Yan in front of him. A suspicious emotion suddenly surged from deep within his eyes. Xiao Yan had caused him to suddenly recall a certain clan on the continent. However, after thinking about it in his heart, he decided to dispel this thought. With his confidence, that family could not nurture such an outstanding person. Moreover, Xiao Yan had said that he was the disciple of Hai Machen's old friend. He did not think that Hai Machen would have any connection with that family. Moreover, if Xiao Yan really came from that family, then it was impossible for him not to recognize him. However, from Xiao Yan's series of actions, the latter did not seem to recognize him. What he knew was limited to the name Shui Miao. Huff, Shui Miao withdrew his thoughts. His breathing trembled as he exhaled a long breath. He did his best to calm his heart. It was a long while later before he raised the long spear in his hand, faced Xiao Yan, and spoke in a dense tone. Again. Chapter 1023. Echoes drifted across the square. Xiao Yan beckoned with his hand, and the heavy Xian ruler that was stuck into the ground in the distance flew over and landed in his hand. This time, Xiao Yan kept it in his storage ring. Immediately after, his body shook slightly as he immediately activated the golden elephant art. Force gathered on the surface of his body as if it had substance, transforming into a shield that protected Xiao Yan within. The perfect combination of the golden elephant art and the dragon phoenix ancient armor would raise Xiao Yan's defense to a whole new level. Moreover, this was only a display of Xiao Yan's physical defense. Shui Miao's expression changed once again when he saw the golden barrier that had formed on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. His gaze carefully swept over the barrier. After some probing, he was shocked to discover that the barrier was not Do Qi or Genesis Qi. Instead, it was agglomerated from pure energy. This, the materialization of power, how is this possible? There is still someone in the world who can materialize physical power. The scene in front of him was really too shocking. It was very difficult to imagine that Xiao Yan in front of him not only had a great cultivation, but he had also advanced his great Dao strength and physical strength to such an extent. This could really be called shocking. Even in his own clan, no one had been able to reach such a level since ancient times. Unfortunately, if Shui Miao knew that Xiao Yan was a rank 4 alchemist, it was unknown what kind of expression he would have on his face. He had always been a proud son of heaven in everyone's eyes. No matter where he went, he would always be worshipped and respected. However, it wasn't until he saw Xiao Yan that he understood what it meant to say that there was always someone better than you. Compared to the latter, he was indeed much worse. However, this couldn't make him admit defeat. Before the outcome was clear, one couldn't jump to conclusions. Before the outcome was clear, how could one easily judge who would win or lose? Although Xiao Yan was strong, there was still a gap between their cultivation levels. If they went all out, it wasn't certain who would win. Ha! Retracting his gaze, Shui Miao didn't hesitate for a moment. As the golden light gathered around Xiao Yan's body, he abruptly dashed forward and swung the spear in his hand. The sharp tip of the spear viciously slashed towards Xiao Yan's throat. Wherever the body of the spear passed, the invisible void was immediately covered with a layer of water. The entire spear was like a blue wind banner waving in the air, but its incomparably fast speed and fierce aura still caused people to not dare to underestimate it. The spear arrived in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. The sharp tip of the spear streaked across the void and directly aimed at Xiao Yan's throat. Facing this spear that was condensed from the power of the Great Way, Xiao Yan didn't dare to be careless. To be honest, this was his first time fighting against the power of the Great Way. After seeing the power of the 10 steel needles in his hand, Xiao Yan had a deeper understanding of the power of the Great Way. At this moment, how could he dare to underestimate the power of the Great Way? Just as the long spear was swiftly approaching his throat, Xiao Yan swiftly raised his arms and placed them vertically in front of him. His left and right arms crossed each other and destroyed the long spear that had already appeared in front of his throat. The powerful force was like a hot knife through butter. The spear only lasted for a moment before it suddenly exploded into water droplets and scattered in all directions. However, before Xiao Yan could come back to his senses, the spear that had just exploded a moment ago was quickly reformed by the water droplets that spread up from behind. In the blink of an eye, it had once again returned to its original state. Its imposing manner wasn't inferior to before. The sharp tip of the spear ruthlessly streaked across Xiao Yan's throat, but it brought about a crisp sound that sounded like the collision of gold and iron. The sharp tip of the spear pressed against Xiao Yan's throat, and even his breathing felt a little sluggish. Although the Golden Elephant tactic and Dragon Phoenix ancient armor isolated him, Xiao Yan still felt a strong sense of threat. The expression in his eyes changed immediately, and he quickly destroyed the spear in front of him again. At the same time, his figure hurriedly retreated. It was only when he was 100 feet away that Xiao Yan saw clearly that the spear that he had destroyed a moment ago had actually returned to its original state in the blink of an eye under the rapid replenishment of the water droplets. What a strange great Tao of water! Xiao Yan quietly exclaimed in his heart. Only then did he bitterly rub his neck. It was all thanks to the protection of the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor and the Golden Elephant skill. Otherwise, it was likely that he would have turned into a corpse if he had been caught off guard. The power of the Great Tao far surpasses Battle Qi and Genesis Qi in terms of energy replenishment and operation. Therefore, weapons formed by the Great Tao recover at an extremely fast speed. It's impossible to destroy my whale plunderer spear with brute force alone. Shui Miao generously explained when he saw the look of surprise on Xiao Yan's face. If it was someone who had some understanding of the power of the Great Tao, they would never be stupid enough to destroy a weapon with brute force. From this point alone, he could tell that Xiao Yan didn't have a deep understanding of the power of the Great Tao. Oh, thank you for your guidance. Xiao Yan smiled. It was a good idea to make friends in battle. However, Shui Miao didn't seem to think so. I'm telling you because I don't want to take advantage of you, but that's not a reason for me to give in to you. With a cold snort, Shui Miao's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. The spear in his hand suddenly swung out, aiming straight for Xiao Yan's head. With Xiao Yan's entire body protected by a protective shield, only by attacking his vital points would he have a greater chance of winning. However, as the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. After what happened just now, Xiao Yan naturally wouldn't let the spear in the guy's hand touch him so easily again. When the spear swept over again, Xiao Yan's footwork changed, and he instantly performed the heaven extinction step. His body swayed from side to side, flashing and jumping like a shadow. No matter how fast Shui Miao's whale plunderer spear was, it still couldn't touch Xiao Yan's body. When the spear penetrated Xiao Yan's body, Shui Miao came back to his senses repeatedly. Every time he stabbed, it was just an afterimage left by Xiao Yan's body. Even if there were occasional collisions, they were all resolved by Xiao Yan's mysterious fire. This led to a stalemate between the two sides after dozens of collisions. In the face of Xiao Yan's strange speed, even with the power of the Great Tao of Water, Shui Miao still couldn't do anything. Every time he saw that his attack was about to land on Xiao Yan, the latter's body suddenly slipped away like a loach. No matter how fierce his attack was, it was useless in the end. Damn it, do you only know how to dodge? In addition to feeling helpless, Shui Miao's heart was also filled with anger. The person in front of him was obviously holding back, but he still didn't show it. This made him a little annoyed. Ha! Let's see how you dodge this time. Whale plunderer spear, angry sea whale serpent. With a low shout, Shui Miao's body, which was originally rushing forward, suddenly stopped in the void. His body came to a standstill, and the long spear in his hands suddenly swung. Suddenly, the water rippled, and the battle circle where the two were was immediately filled with surging waves. In the deep water, a huge sea beast could be vaguely seen, surrounding Xiao Yan in heavy waves. Great Tao of water, water moon mirror flower. Soon after, another cry sounded. The 8 water curtains that were suspended behind Shui Miao immediately shot out. They transformed into numerous rays of light that entered the wave. Moreover, they swiftly expanded, transforming into 8 enormous water curtains that stood in front of the sea beast. That sea beast also passed through them head-on. After which, it split into 2, until it split into 9 enormous sea beasts that roamed within the narrow space and surrounded Xiao Yan. Let's see how you dodge my attack. Furious sea whale dragon, kill. With a fierce shout, the 9 giant sea beasts under the waves suddenly twisted their huge bodies, driving the entire water area, and rushed fiercely towards Xiao Yan without any blind spots. It was impossible to dodge such an attack. At this moment, all the students outside the arena widened their eyes as they stared fixedly at the shocking scene in the arena. Their faces were filled with fanaticism. Such a vast battle scene was extremely rare to see on a normal day. Now that they had seen it, it could be said to be extremely shocking. Especially the 9 giant sea beasts in the deep water, even some of the teachers outside the field could not help but be slightly shocked when they saw them. Facing the giant sea beasts, even they felt a faint pressure. Shui Miao's attack could not be said to be weak. The shocking waves blocked all of Xiao Yan's escape routes, and the 9 giant sea beasts rushed towards Xiao Yan from all directions. The waves rolled and the giant sea beasts pounced wildly, but Xiao Yan's face was still calm. With a thought, 9 pitch-black curtains suddenly condensed around him, surrounding Xiao Yan entirely. Then, a huge amount of soul power gushed out from between his eyebrows. Humph, do you want to use the power of the Great Path to forcefully resist it? It's not that easy. Shui Miao snorted coldly when he saw this scene. Immediately after, the 9 giant sea beasts bombarded the 9 pitch-black curtains in front of everyone's eyes. However, there was no earth-shattering explosion as expected. The 9-headed sea beast and the endless waves collided with the great way of the void. It was as if they had plunged headfirst into the endless void, constantly surging into it. Even a small portion of the 9-headed sea beast was swallowed up by the great way of the void. This, damn it. Shui Miao had underestimated the power of the great path of the void. In the face of the endless void, Shui Miao's attack was like a turbulent river being led into a new river channel. Most of the power was diverted. In the end, the enormous power contained in the 9 giant sea beasts barely destroyed the 9 curtains. The 9 curtains slowly dissipated, and the black-robed Xiao Yan once again appeared in Shui Miao's sight. Swoosh! This time, Shui Miao did not hesitate at all. He held the spear and pierced through the void. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xiao Yan. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would be able to easily neutralize the fighting skill that he performed by combining the power of the Great Path. Now, he could not give his opponent any chance. He would not allow his opponent to defeat him without even using his trump card. The long spear violently pierced towards Xiao Yan's head. However, it was easily dodged by Xiao Yan. The two figures also brushed past each other due to this. Whale reaping spear, swallow return. However, at this moment, when the two of them brushed past each other, Shui Miao suddenly flipped the spear so that the tip of the spear was at the back and the handle was at the front. At the same time, he let go of the spear in his hand, bent his body backward, and kicked the handle of the spear heavily. Suddenly, the spear that had brushed past Xiao Yan shot towards Xiao Yan's back again in the blink of an eye. It was approaching Xiao Yan's back at a rapid speed. In the next moment, there was a piercing sound. Under everyone's gaze, the tip of the spear pierced through Xiao Yan's back and chest. Hua! Instantly, the crowd outside the arena was in an uproar. Numerous shocked gazes fell on Xiao Yan whose chest had been pierced through. They never expected that even though Xiao Yan had the great path of the void, he would still be defeated by Shui Miao in the end. From the beginning to the end, they did not see Xiao Yan use any powerful fighting skills. It was not just these people. Even Shui Miao, who had recovered at this moment, was extremely shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Shui Miao's eyes focused on Xiao Yan, whose chest had been penetrated in one strike. He was actually a little dull for a moment. He did not dare to believe that the chest of Xiao Yan, whose defensive strength was so strong, would be penetrated by his attack at this moment. This caused him to feel disbelief. However, at a certain moment, Shui Miao seemed to have suddenly noticed something. There seemed to be something wrong with Xiao Yan's aura. Xiao Yan, who should have been an advanced 7-star Do Di, was currently emitting an aura that was only an intermediate 7-star Do Di. This, Shui Miao's eyes hardened. He had a bad feeling in his heart. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan slowly turned his head. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Immediately, his entire body became transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a few breaths' time, he had disappeared in front of Shui Miao's eyes. He disappeared. While feeling shocked in his heart, Shui Miao also clearly sensed a dangerous aura rapidly approaching from behind him. He could not care less. He withdrew his spear, turned around, and thrust it forward. However, at the instant Shui Miao turned his head, a dangerous aura that caused his soul to feel a wave of horror had already appeared in front of his brows like a ghost. In an instant, the spear in Shui Miao's hand that was supposed to thrust forward suddenly stopped. His entire body was fixed in place like a statue. Cold sweat swiftly surged out and covered his entire body. A deep suffocating feeling was transmitted from deep within his soul. Shui Miao only felt that his entire body had nearly fallen into an endless abyss. If he had been a second slower, it was likely that he would have been instantly killed by that strength. When Shui Miao focused his gaze, which was filled with shock, he saw a palm-long pitch-black steel needle floating between his eyebrows. It was this steel needle that had nearly sent him to the gates of hell. However, when Shui Miao felt the special aura on this steel needle, endless shock immediately surged in his heart. This Great Tao Solidification. Endless shock instantly filled Shui Miao's heart. He had originally thought that he had clearly recognized the gap between him and Xiao Yan. However, the scene in front of him had overturned all of his judgments of Xiao Yan. The latter's excellence and strength had far exceeded his imagination. Thinking until this point, Shui Miao finally let out a deep self-mocking sigh. He lowered his head and said with a bitter face, "I have lost." Chapter 10:24. I've lost. The 3 words left his mouth slowly, but all the students present were instantly stunned. No one could have imagined that the outcome would be so unexpected. What was even more unexpected was that the number 1 student of Beihai College, Shui Miao, would actually lose. Recalling the whole process of the battle, it seemed simple and monotonous. It was almost all about Shui Miao's attacks. His attacks were fierce and overbearing, dazzling everyone who saw it. In the face of such an attack, an ordinary person could forget about defeating it. Just enduring 100 exchanges would be an extremely difficult thing. However, Xiao Yan was able to calmly face it during the entire process. His agility, which could be called ghost-like, caused everyone present to feel greatly surprised. The thing that shocked them the most was the scene earlier. In the face of Shui Miao's furious sea whale dragon, everyone present believed that it was impossible for them to escape. However, Xiao Yan easily resolved the crisis with the help of the power of the Void Great Way. That avatar of Xiao Yan's had caused everyone present to believe that it was real. However, no one expected that the appearance of Xiao Yan's actual body would cause Shui Miao to admit defeat in the blink of an eye. One could imagine just what kind of gap existed between the two of them. Imagine, if Xiao Yan had gone all out from the beginning, would Shui Miao still have a chance to hold on until now? At this moment, the students in the field were worried about Shui Miao. They had completely forgotten the disdain and ridicule they had when they first saw Xiao Yan. In the void outside the crowd, several college elders looked at the unscathed Shui Miao in the field and heaved a sigh of relief. The latter was not only the most outstanding student of Beihai College in the past 100 years, but his identity was also particularly special. If Xiao Yan had pierced him with that needle, not only would it have brought trouble to the college, but even Xiao Yan's life would have been in danger. However, putting aside all of this, the strength that Xiao Yan had displayed had once again caused these old fellows from the academy to be shocked. The agglomeration of the Great Tao. Originally, they had thought that being able to see Shui Miao achieve this was already considered a monster. However, Xiao Yan's appearance caused them to truly feel that this wild brat of unknown origin was actually even more heaven-defying. Is this boy really the disciple of the dean's old friend? That's really scary. When this little guy grows up in the future, I'm afraid he will become another giant in this world. The elders looked at each other and saw the deep shock in each other's eyes. At the same time, Xiao Yan in the field also withdrew the pitch-black steel needle that was suspended between Shui Miao's eyebrows. Shui Miao was still in a state of shock as he looked at the human figure that had appeared in front of him in a ghost-like manner. Only when he saw the steel needle being kept by Xiao Yan did he sense the frightening aura that was pressuring his heart gradually disappear. At the same time, at the top of the statue, the black-robed elder and Hai Machin both sighed softly. This little guy is really unexpected. Until now, it seems that he hasn't really used his trump card. TSK, the black-robed elder involuntarily clicked his tongue and exclaimed. By the side, Hai Machin's face also revealed a pleased expression. The strength that Xiao Yan had displayed had caused him to have some confidence in the latter. Little fellow, you are not bad. However, you must not disappoint Gu Yu's expectations of you. Are you a member of that clan? Although he still didn't dare to believe it, Shui Miao still couldn't help but ask. He didn't believe that in this continent, other than that clan, there was another clan with the surname Xiao that could nurture such a genius expert. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard this. He immediately smiled and shook his head. Clan? I'm sorry, I don't belong to any clan. Shui Miao was slightly startled when he saw that Xiao Yan's expression did not appear to be fake. He withdrew the thought in his heart and mocked himself. He had really placed too much importance on the strength of his clan. Even if one did not have the support of a strong foundation, one could still become a strong person if one possessed sufficient talent. There were many such examples in the history of the continent. Shui Miao, if my guess is correct, Hai Machin should be at the top of this stone statue. I think that there is only one place in this academy where one can observe our battle without being discovered. Xiao Yan smiled. His smile contained some craftiness. He was not so certain. However, Shui Miao's actions earlier in order to divert his attention had allowed him to confirm this point. The reason why he asked again was merely to confirm it. Your guess is correct. However, there is one thing that I need to correct, Shui Miao nodded. Only then did he use a voice that only the two of them could hear to whisper to Xiao Yan. My name is not Shui Miao. My name is Chen. I believe that we will meet again in the future. At that time, I will face you with an even stronger cultivation. I will definitely defeat you. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. He did not expect this guy to use an alias. Although he did not know why, he still remembered his real name in his heart. Chen, also, although you have defeated me, it does not mean that you will definitely be able to see the principal. Shui Miao turned around as he spoke. His eyes looked at the stone platforms around the statue that was floating outside the battleground. A stern expression once again surged into his eyes. If you want to see the principal, you must ascend these stone platforms. When you reach the top, you will naturally be able to see him. However, if you cannot, I'm afraid that you will have to come back another day. Xiao Yan turned his eyes and looked over when he heard this. After a careful inspection, he finally understood that these stone platforms were the key to whether he would be able to see Hai Machin. Xiao Yan leaped and appeared in front of the stone statue in a flash. The energy light barrier that covered the entire battleground naturally disappeared when Shui Miao announced that he had admitted defeat. Shui Miao swiftly followed behind Xiao Yan. This caused Xiao Yan to be slightly surprised. The latter parted his mouth and said, "Don't worry. The reason why I am able to be personally received by the principal is because I once stepped onto the 54th step of this stone platform with the cultivation of a 5-star Dodi a couple of years ago. Now that a couple of years have passed, my cultivation is no longer what it was back then. I also wish to see how many steps I can step onto now." Xiao Yan nodded with a sudden understanding after hearing the latter's words. No wonder this fellow was able to be personally received by Hai Machin. This was the reason behind it. However, this was also good. The competition between the two of them had piqued his interest. Xiao Yan turned his eyes and looked at the stone platforms that were connected to each other in the sky. His heart involuntarily recalled the matter before he had met Guyu. At that time, he had also encountered a similar situation. However, the difference was that the person he had to face was no longer Guyu. "Hai Machin, I am coming. Do Per Reincarnated Flame Emperor, Do Per Reincarnated Flame Emperor." Chapter 1025. Stomp. Xiao Yan's feet heavily stomped on the ground. His body suddenly shot upward. In the blink of an eye, he had already stepped onto the first stone platform. When Xiao Yan stepped onto the stone platform, an invisible pressure suddenly descended from above his head. At the same time, the chain that was connected to the second stone platform was wrapped by a cream-white, gentle glow that swiftly spread upward. However, before the pressure above Xiao Yan's head descended, Xiao Yan's legs once again exerted force and his body shot out. Soon, he reached the second and third stone platforms and rushed to the highest point of the stone platforms without stopping. Behind him, Shui Miao panted for a moment before following close behind, unwilling to be outdone. These two people, one in front and one behind, were equally matched in terms of speed. Within a short moment, they had already ascended to the top 30 stone platforms. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, was still 3 steps ahead of Shui Miao. In comparison, Xiao Yan was not worried. Just relying on speed alone was useless if one wanted to climb this 100-step stone platform. Even though Xiao Yan's physical body was strong, the pressure on the stone platform would become increasingly frightening the higher he climbed. It was impossible for him to endure until the end by relying on his physical body's strength. Back then, he had relied on a willpower that exceeded an ordinary person in order to finally ascend to the 54th step. Even now, Shui Miao was not completely confident that he could reach the 90th step, let alone the 100th step. Although Xiao Yan's battle strength was extraordinary and his strength could not be underestimated, in the previous battle, Shui Miao admitted that he could not have defeated him so easily if Xiao Yan had not relied on his ghostly speed and cunning. On this stone platform, one could not rely on scheming to reach the peak. Everything still depended on one's strength. The two of them, one at the front and one at the back, gradually showed a difference in their speed after reaching the 50th stone platform. At the 50th step, Shui Miao could clearly feel some pressure. At different heights, the pressure he faced was different. He could no longer be as calm as before. On the other hand, after reaching the 50th step, Xiao Yan did not slow down at all. When Shui Miao reached the 50th step, the former was only approaching the 60th stone platform. Knowing the consequences of reaching the 67th step, Xiao Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Shui Miao felt extremely surprised in his heart when he saw this scene. It was unexpected that the gap between him and Xiao Yan had become so obvious at this moment. At the same time, Shui Miao's heart also felt an unwillingness. All he could do was to use all his strength. After inhaling a deep breath of air, his body once again shot out explosively. He chased after Xiao Yan without stopping. The gap between the two of them swiftly shrunk. By the time they reached the 70th level, the distance between Xiao Yan and Shui Miao was merely separated by a stone platform. 72, 73, 74. However, by the time Shui Miao saw Xiao Yan ascend the 77th stone platform, he already felt that his strength was lacking. His entire body was drenched in perspiration. The long hair that was tied behind his back was also in a mess. His breathing was long and rough. The dou qi within his body was somewhat unable to keep up, perhaps due to the exhaustion from the battle earlier. Damn it. I can't stop here. I definitely can't. After cursing in his heart, Shui Miao slowly straightened his body. He gathered all the strength in his body and his feet heavily stepped on the edge of the stone platform. He used all his strength to charge forward once again. Unfortunately, by the time Shui Miao reached the 80th step with all his strength and was about to reach the 81st step, his body finally lost all its strength. His center of gravity was no longer under his control. He completely lost all his strength in the air as he charged toward the 81st step. His body immediately fell down uncontrollably. The appearance of this scene caused the expressions of the students in the arena below to change drastically. The surrounding instructors also hurriedly moved and arrived below the statue, preparing to catch the falling Shui Miao. However, it was also at this moment that the falling Shui Miao was suddenly grabbed by a hand and forcefully lifted up. Soon after, his body swiftly charged up to the 83rd level under the guidance of this force. When he focused his gaze, he realized that Xiao Yan had brought him here. Why did you? I can't just watch you fall. Didn't you say that you want to defeat me? Then let's talk after we reach the 100th step. Before the words from Shui Miao's mouth sounded, Xiao Yan smiled and interrupted him with a sentence. Shui Miao raised his head in surprise, only to see that the latter's face was covered in perspiration. In his heart, he knew that the current Xiao Yan did not have much strength left. Don't tell me that you want to bring me up. You don't have much strength left. He, you can dream on. Even if I bring you up, I'm afraid that you won't be willing. With a teasing smile, Xiao Yan randomly tossed a jade bottle to Shui Miao. There were a few rank 4 medicinal pills within it. Use this to recover your dou qi first. As for me, I'll be going up first. After speaking, Xiao Yan ignored Shui Miao. A thought passed through his mind and a vast and mighty spiritual strength immediately swept out from between his brows. At the same time, the remaining dou qi in his body was completely agglomerated without any hesitation. Subsequently, he once again shot high into the air with a bang in front of Shui Miao's shocked eyes. 4. Rank 4 spiritual strength. Don't tell me that he is, thinking of a certain possibility. The expression on Shui Miao's face once again became dull. He really did not dare to imagine that Xiao Yan actually had such an identity. If that was really the case, it was likely that he would be completely defeated in this battle. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body once again shot up explosively, heading straight for the top of the statue. With the support of his spiritual strength, the exhaustion from earlier was temporarily made up for. Additionally, his remaining dou qi and physical strength were completely unleashed. At this moment, Xiao Yan was like a wild beast that had gone crazy. His actions were wild as he charged straight up into the clouds. Very quickly, Xiao Yan had already arrived at the 90th level of the stone platform. He was only 10 steps away from the top of the statue. A stern expression surfaced in Xiao Yan's eyes as he eyed the cloud layer not far above his head. All the strength in his body was gathered on his legs. His body began to charge upward in an even crazier manner. He did not hold back at all. With the speed of 1 step at a time, Xiao Yan only took 1 step at a time on each stone platform. In the span of a few breaths, his body had already appeared on the 99th stone platform. At this moment, Xiao Yan had already seen the pavilion at the top of the statue. There were 2 figures standing side by side there. One of them was Hai Machin. At the same time, this pavilion was also the last stone platform. Ta. Chapter 1026. Above the clouds, there was a pavilion. At this moment, 3 figures were sitting within it. Xiao Yan glanced at Hai Machin, who was in front of him. His heart involuntarily felt a little surprised. Hai Machin in front of him looked exactly the same as Gu Yu or the Tushi ancient god. The only difference was the color of their hair. Hai Machin's hair was ocean blue. Other than that, there was no other difference. Xiao Yan involuntarily thought of the other person other than Hai Machin when he thought about how these 2 people looked the same, Yi Honglian. Back then, Gu had once told him that Yi Honglian was a woman with a fiery temper. Now that he thought about it, just what kind of scene would it be if her appearance was the same as the two of them? Xiao Yan quietly quivered in his heart when he thought of this. He did not dare to continue thinking about it. Haha, little fellow, the speed of your growth has far exceeded my expectations. Originally, I thought that you would at the very most be a 5-star Do-D by the time you arrived at my place. It is unexpected that your cultivation has already reached the advanced 7-star Do-D class. Moreover, from the looks of the battle earlier, it seems that you still have many trump cards that you have yet to use. Hai Machin wore an amiable smile as he looked at Xiao Yan in front of him. He repeatedly nodded. After seeing Xiao Yan's performance today, he was certain that it was the latter. Xiao Yan smiled awkwardly when he heard Hai Machin's words. The former's eyes were extremely sharp. Although he had already seen the needle formed from the Great Void Dao, he still did not believe that it was his only trump card. It must be said that it was really impossible to hide anything in front of these fellows. Haha, I say, you were full of praise when you were watching the show earlier. Why have you become quiet now that you have seen him? At this moment, Hai Machin turned his eyes to the black-robed old man on the other side. His face was filled with ridicule as he teased. Xiao Yan also turned his eyes over after hearing this. Heh, you old geezer, this old man didn't say anything because I wanted to give you face and let you talk with this brat a little longer. You're really good, forcing this old man to speak. Hearing Hai Machin's words, the black-robed old man also curled his lips. Then, he looked at Xiao Yan with a strange smile. His gaze constantly sized him up, as if he was looking at some kind of treasure. Heh, little guy, your physique is pretty good. You seem to have done some research on physical strength from your battle just now. You can even materialize your physical strength. Heh, it's impossible for an ordinary person to achieve such a feat without some years of experience. Hee, Xiao Yan, this old fellow is usually quite humble. For him to say such words to you, it can be considered as a very high evaluation of you. Hai Machin giggled. The words that came out of his mouth were true. The black-robed old man also chuckled and said, anyway, the brat below doesn't have this ability. Let me praise him. Hearing this, Xiao Yan did not dare to neglect. He knew that the person who could sit at the same table as Hai Machin was definitely extraordinary. To be able to receive the praise of the latter, it was naturally an honor. He immediately stood up and bowed. Forget about those complicated formalities. It's no big deal. It's just a one-sided thing, the black-robed old man said in an unconcerned manner. A gentle smile appeared on his fierce-looking face. Immediately after, he began to laugh and scold Hai Machin. I say, old man, you keep calling me old fellow. If this brat doesn't know, he would think that this old man doesn't have a name. Can't you introduce me? Hai Machin laughed again when he heard this. Xiao Yan, who was at the side, grinned. Facing these two, he really did not dare to relax. This old fellow is the ancestor of the Sea Shark clan. At the same time, he is also the one and only strongest person in the sea. His name is Hai Zhantian. You can call him Old Thief Hai or Old Thing. Hai Machin teased with a smile. Hai Zhantian, on the other hand, glared at the latter with an unhappy face. What he got in return was a shameless and playful expression. However, Xiao Yan, who heard Hai Machin's words at this moment, was greatly shocked in his heart. He could naturally hear that Hai Machin's words did not contain any intention of joking. The ancestor of the Sea Shark clan. Just this sentence alone was enough to shock Xiao Yan. The Sea Shark clan was one of the 3 strongest factions in the North Sea. Who would have thought that their ancestor would actually have such a relationship with Hai Machin? Moreover, what shocked Xiao Yan the most was the phrase, the strongest person in the sea. Just this sentence alone already contained boundless weight. The 2 great magical beast clans in the North Sea had reproduced for at least several thousand years. Their foundations were enormous and were definitely especially terrifying. There was no lack of extremely powerful existences within them. Xiao Yan did not doubt that there were probably quite a few powerhouses on the level of origin kings and origin emperors in the sea. The title of the strongest person was not something that just anyone could bear. At the very least, Xiao Yan suspected that Hai Zhantian's strength was at least at the origin ancestor realm in order to be worthy of this title. Origin ancestor, just thinking about this realm made Xiao Yan's heart burn with passion. However, he did not know how long he would have to wait for that day to arrive. Immediately, Xiao Yan hurriedly stood up. He cupped his hands together and bowed to Hai Zhantian. He respectfully said, "Junior Xiao Yan greets Senior Hai Zhantian." Hai Zhantian's expression immediately changed when he heard this. He chuckled at Xiao Yan and said, "Not bad, kid." "Huh, little fellow, you're not bad. How about this, if you're willing, you don't have to call me senior. Just take me as your master and call me master in the future. I guarantee that as long as you're in the North Sea, no one will dare to touch you. If this old fellow in front of you wants to touch you, feel free to fight back. I'll back you up. How about it?" Although he clearly knew that Hai Zhantian was joking, Xiao Yan did not dare to be negligent as he cupped his fists and apologized. On the other hand, Hai Machin joked with Hai Zhantian for a while longer before he put away the joking expression on his face. His expression became serious once more as he turned his gaze towards Xiao Yan and said in a serious tone, "Xiao Yan, I've talked about this guy. Now, I feel that it's time for me to talk to you about the matters between us." Hearing this, the expression on Xiao Yan's face immediately became serious. He naturally knew what Hai Mo Chen was referring to. He nodded his head gently and said, "That's right. Senior, please feel free to speak your mind." To the side, Hai Zhantian immediately fell silent when he saw the two act this way. In order not to disturb the two, he stood up and walked out of the pavilion to enjoy the scenery in the distance. Chapter 1027. "Xiao Yan, you should already be aware of my identity, right?" Xiao Yan and Hai Machin were seated opposite each other in the pavilion. Hai Zhantian was seated alone a short distance away. He was looking at the distant sky in a bored manner. Occasionally, he would lower his eyebrows and think. It seemed as though he was worried about something. "Yes, you once told me that your actual body is the Sea Heart Flame, which is ranked 15th on the Heavenly Flame ranking." Xiao Yan nodded and replied without any hesitation. A melancholy involuntarily flashed across Hai Machin's weathered eyes when he heard Xiao Yan mention Guyu. Although they had not met for 1,000 years, they still appreciated each other. Now that Guyu had passed away, Hai Machin was a little reluctant to part with him. Fortunately, he had met Xiao Yan. This also meant that the day they would meet again was not far away. "That's right, my actual body is the Sea Heart Flame. Although my ranking on the Heavenly Flame ranking is lower than that old fellow, you should not underestimate me. This junior does not dare." Hai Machin teased. Xiao Yan hurriedly cupped his hands together. The latter smiled upon seeing this and immediately said, "Little fellow, I came here to visit you. Other than my actual body, the Sea Heart Flame, you have also come to look for me this time around, right?" Hai Machin smiled as he extended his hand. A blue flame immediately rose from his palm and swiftly transformed into a remnant scroll. When Xiao Yan focused his attention on it, a fiery hot glint immediately surged in his eyes. "This is the Flame Art." This remnant scroll was none other than a remnant of the Flame Art. Back then, Gu had told Xiao Yan that the other half of the Flame Art was in the hands of 5 people. Currently, the portion in Gu Yu's hands had already been obtained by Xiao Yan. Other than Hai Machin, Xiao Yan knew that only Yi Honglian possessed the remaining portion. As for the other two, Xiao Yan did not even know their identities. It would be a long time before he could obtain them. Of course, it was still too early to talk about these things. What was important was the portion of the Flame Art that Hai Machin currently possessed. If he could obtain it, Xiao Yan's Flame Art would naturally become more complete. At that time, the level of his Qi method would naturally not be affected after he swallowed the Heavenly Flame. More accurately speaking, this is only a portion of the Flame Art. You have already refined the portion in Gu Yu's hands. Come to think of it, the portion in my hands is what you need the most now. Hai Mo Chen smiled as he looked at the fiery hot face of Xiao Yan in front of him. At the same time he spat out the words from his mouth, he flicked his finger. A ray of light immediately shot between Xiao Yan's brows. I will temporarily place this in your body. You can refine it yourself when you have the time. Xiao Yan's heart was suddenly startled when he sensed the cluster of energy that suddenly surged into his mind. However, he quickly calmed down and nodded with a heart filled with wild joy. It was a long while later before he gradually withdrew his excitement. Hai Machin was not the least bit anxious about this. He continued to smile as he looked at the young man in front of him. There was some anticipation deep within his eyes. Can you tell me roughly what level your flame mantra has reached? Hearing Hai Mo Chen's question, Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He pondered for a moment before replying. It should be equivalent to a human rank high-level qi method. Only human rank high-level huh? This will not be of much help to your current cultivation. However, you have still grown to such an extent. I must say that your cultivation talent is really frightening. Hai Machin frowned. While he was a little surprised by Xiao Yan's qi method level, he could not help but exclaim. Xiao Yan smiled in a noncommittal manner when he heard this. He cupped his hands together and said, "You're too kind. Senior, you flatter me." This junior was only able to successfully break through due to some luck. Even if it's luck, not everyone will have your luck. You must remember that from a certain point of view, luck itself is also a part of strength. On this continent, there are many people who rely on luck. However, there are very few who can truly grasp it. However, since you can grasp this luck, it is already a part of your strength. However, you must also remember that you can't rely on luck for everything. In the end, you still need to be down to earth in order to pursue strength. I believe that you should be very clear about this point. Xiao Yan nodded solemnly when he heard this. Hai Machin slowly stood up and looked back at the large island below the clouds. His heart was filled with emotions. Beihai College. Back then, it was just a spur of the moment. I did not expect it to be established for 1,000 years. Now, it is finally time for me to leave. Xiao Yan by the side walked forward. He glanced at the academy below and opened his mouth. However, he did not know what to say. You don't need to have any psychological burden. My existence was originally to wait for your arrival. This is where my duty lies. Besides, even if I leave, this college will still be here. Everything here will still be here. It's just that I won't be here anymore. Patting Xiao Yan's shoulder, Hai Machin had a relaxed look on his face. He looked like he had thrown away a huge burden, but there was also a hint of reluctance. After all, this was the college that he had built with his own hands. No matter what he said, there would still be reluctance in his heart. Humans were not plants and could not be emotionless. Moreover, this college had accompanied him for 1,000 years. Old man, I plan to leave here. What about you? Turning his head, Hai Machin's gaze landed on Hai Zhantian again as he spoke with a carefree smile. Of course I'm going back. Don't tell me that I'm going to stay behind and help you guard this college. Hai Zhantian's face was unconcerned as he curled his lips. Seeing this, Hai Machin smiled. Changing the topic, he asked, how is your granddaughter? If she comes out from the empty realm at the bottom of the sea, her cultivation should have reached a 9-star Do D. That's for sure. That little girl's cultivation talent is very good. However, just as Hai Zhantian finished laughing, he couldn't help but frown. With a thought, the storage ring on his finger suddenly flashed with a faint light. Then, a dark blue bead the size of a palm appeared in his palm. The moment this bead entered his hand, Hai Zhantian did not hesitate to crush it. At the same time, a light screen quickly formed in the empty space in front of him. The scene that appeared on the screen was a huge whirlpool at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, this whirlpool was shaking intensely under the gazes of the three people. It could be clearly seen that waves of water uncontrollably flowed toward the center of the whirlpool, as though they were trying to fill it up. This is a message from my sea shark clan, the empty realm at the bottom of the sea. Damn it, something has indeed happened there. The moment he saw this scene in front of him, Hai Zhantian's expression changed drastically. He did not expect that the thing that he was worried about in his heart would actually happen. "Where is Li Kong? Call that old man out." Recovering, Hai Zhantian immediately stared at Hai Machin and cried out in a hurried voice. "There's no choice. Li Kong left the academy half a year ago and has not returned until now." Seeing the message that appeared on the light screen, Hai Machin also frowned. He knew how serious this matter was. However, due to the current situation, he could only helplessly shake his head. He also did not expect that something would happen to the empty realm at the bottom of the sea at this moment. Where are the others? Are there no other array masters in the academy? Hai Zhantian was a little anxious. There were no array masters in the Sea clan, and this matter could only be completed by array masters. Therefore, he could only place all his hopes on Beihai College. It's useless. Although there are array masters in the academy, there are no array masters above rank 5. The empty realm at the bottom of the sea is a natural array. Ordinary array masters are useless. We need to find a rank 5 array master at the very least. Damn it. In this vast sea, where are we going to find a rank 5 array master? Hai Zhantian's heart immediately became furious when he heard Hai Machin's words. He had yet to use any strength when the empty space around him suddenly emitted a bang and collapsed. This scene caused Xiao Yan's heart to jump when he saw it. Hai Zhantian's strength could really be described as frightening. However, it was also at this moment that the empty space beside Xiao Yan suddenly became distorted. Soon after, a somewhat illusionary human figure slowly appeared in front of the three of them. At the same time, a smile that was filled with confidence was spat out. A rank 5 array master? If that's the case, then there's no need to trouble ourselves to find one. Chapter 1028. In the pavilion above the clouds, the two old men looked at the smiling Xiao Xian beside Xiao Yan in surprise. They were both shocked and overjoyed. With their strength, they naturally knew of Xiao Xian's existence long ago, but they never expected him to be a rank 5 array master. This was truly a glimmer of hope at one's darkest hour. Of course, Xiao Yan was also surprised by this. He did not expect Xiao Xian to take the initiative to come forward. However, when he saw the expression on Hai Zhantian's face, he more or less understood what was going on. From Hai Zhantian's expression, he could tell that the undersea void realm seemed to be very important to him. If he could use this to make Hai Zhantian have a good impression of them, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to Xiao Yan. Hai Zhantian was the strongest person in the Sea clan. It could be said that he alone could influence the entire Sea clan. If he could gain his favor, it would be akin to gaining the closeness of the entire Sea clan. Such a good thing was something that ordinary people could only wish for. The undersea void realm was a natural array formation located in the depths of the North Sea. There was a hidden universe within the array formation, and there was a self-contained space that had been formed over countless years. The environment of the undersea void realm was basically the same as the continent outside the North Sea. There were also mountains and rivers, as well as countless magical beasts. Hence, it had become a training ground for the younger generation of the Sea clan. The undersea void realm was not controlled by humans. It would automatically open once every 10 years, and it would remain open for half a year each time. During this half a year, the younger generation of the Sea clan would have the opportunity to compete with each other. However, due to man-made reasons, the undersea void realm would open once every 3 years for half a year. It was also because of these reasons that the natural array formation that formed the undersea void realm was gradually unable to hold on. Until the last time it opened, Hai Zhantian had already faintly sensed that the space of the undersea void realm was unstable, and that the opening of the array formation might lead to unforeseen events. Even so, this was only his personal conjecture. Hence, he did not stop the opening of the undersea void realm this time. However, he never expected that what he was most worried about would happen in the end. Once the formation that supported the void realm at the bottom of the sea collapsed, it meant that the independent space within it would be destroyed along with it. The younger generation of the oceanic clan that entered it was bound to be unable to escape. Once those people died within it, it would absolutely be the most painful blow to the Oceanic clan. The result would be irreversible. Furthermore, due to the special nature of the undersea void realm, experts above the origin realm could not enter. If they forcefully interfered, it would only backfire. Therefore, the only way to save the younger generation of the sea tribe was to find a formation master and do his best to stabilize the void realm at the bottom of the sea. This would create enough time for the younger generation of the sea tribe to leave the void realm at the bottom of the sea. In order to do this, one would need at least a rank 5 array master. However, due to the departure of the only advanced array master in Beihai College, Li Kong, there was no help in the undersea void realm. If other array masters could not be found, then the younger generation of the sea clan in the undersea void realm would no longer have a chance to survive. All of these were the reasons why Hai Machin and Hai Zhantian were so anxious. However, what they did not expect was that Xiao Yan, who was by their side at this moment, would actually become their life-saving straw during this kind of crisis. Xiao Xian's appearance instantly broke the deadlock of certain death. The appearance of a Tier 5 array master turned the seemingly irreversible situation around. The undersea void realm was located at the border between the Sea Shark clan and the Sea Serpent clan. Hence, the undersea void realm was naturally under the jurisdiction of the two clans. It was also because of this that all the younger generation of the two clans would enter together when the undersea void realm opened. The number of people who entered the undersea void realm was as high as thousands. And these people were the future hope of the two clans. If there were no accidents, when these young people of the Sea clan had truly grown up, they would definitely become the leaders of the two clans in the future. They would lead the entire Sea clan and continue to multiply and strengthen. It could be said that these thousands of people were related to the survival of the entire Sea clan. Under Hai Zhantian's lead, the group of 4 quickly left Beihai College and dived into the boundless deep sea. This time, Xiao Yan could be considered to have witnessed how terrifying Hai Zhantian was. If it were an ordinary powerhouse, it would take several months to travel. However, Hai Zhantian only used half an hour to bring the 3 of them there. This terrifying speed was simply shocking. When the group of 4 arrived here, they saw a huge energy vortex that was 1,000 feet high. It stood above the abyss at the bottom of the sea. On both sides of the vortex, there were 2 stalagmite-like stone pillars. The 2 stalagmite-like stone pillars set off each other. They shone with a faint light, which was quite mysterious. Seeing this, Xiao Yan could tell at a glance that these 2 stone pillars must be the natural formation that formed the undersea void realm. As expected of the power of heaven and earth. Such a mystical natural formation is really unheard of. On the side, Xiao Xian also looked at the 2 huge stone pillars in front of him with admiration. His eyes flashed with a bright light. If he could cultivate and comprehend the Tao of formations here, it would be a great opportunity for him. When the 4 of them arrived, there were already many people gathered in front of the undersea void realm. These people were the powerhouses of the 2 clans, and their cultivations were extremely terrifying. However, although these people were gathered here, they were all frowning with worry on their faces. They were like ants on a hot pan, not knowing what to do. The changes in the undersea void realm made these guys, who were usually unhurried about everything, feel serious for the first time. At this moment, when the members of the 2 sea clans saw Hai Zhantian's group, a look of anticipation appeared on their faces. The leaders of the 2 clans quickly walked towards Hai Zhantian's group with the clansmen behind them. Father, the changes in the undersea void realm, Ling, alright, there's no need to say any more. I already know. Hai Zhantian furrowed his eyebrows tightly as he spoke. Then, he walked through the crowd. The people behind him did not dare to delay as they immediately followed him. Other than the middle-aged man who had addressed Hai Zhantian as father, there was another middle-aged man with red hair who was wearing a dark red robe. Behind him, there was a group of experts from the Sea Serpent tribe. Chapter 1029. Everyone followed Hai Zhantian and arrived in front of the underwater void realm. Behind them, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian were led by Hai Machin. The leaders of the 2 sea tribes gathered on both sides. Seeing that Hai Machin had brought in the young-looking Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian, who was a spiritual body, their eyes were filled with suspicion. In particular, when they saw Xiao Yan's cultivation, they frowned. How could such a brat enter this place? However, the thing that caused everyone present to be shocked was that Hai Zhantian turned around with a solemn face after Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian arrived in front of him. His old eyes were fixed on Xiao Xian, who was a spiritual body. After which, he cupped his hands to Xiao Xian in front of everyone present and solemnly said, "Brother Hai Zhantian. Sir, I'll leave the maintenance of this formation to you." Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the Sea Tribe experts behind him were in an uproar. They did not expect Hai Zhantian to show such an attitude to a junior. Moreover, from his words, it seemed that he intended to entrust the matter of repairing the underwater void realm to him. This caused the expressions of many people present to change. In the crowd of the Sea Serpent clan, an old man in a robe also frowned. Among all the people who entered the underwater void realm, one of them was his grandson. If something happened to his grandson because of the wrong person, he would not be able to accept it. "Senior Hai, I'm afraid it's a little inappropriate for you to do this. The underwater void realm is a natural formation, and its attributes are special. Now that the formation is in trouble, we should invite Master Li Kong of Beihai College to come. Why did you find a rank 5 formation master? Just him, are you doubting my decision?" However, before the elder could finish speaking, Hai Zhantian abruptly turned his gaze as his ice-cold eyes instantly landed on the elder's body. A formidable aura instantly caused the elder to be so terrified that he was unable to move. Even the expressions of the other people present drastically changed. They never expected that Hai Zhantian would actually be so furious over this matter. Immediately after, the red-haired middle-aged man who was the leader of the Sea Serpent clan hurriedly moved his feet and stood behind the old man. He then bowed to Hai Zhantian and said, "The matter of the underwater void realm is of great importance. My clansmen are just too worried about the safety of their grandson inside. That's why they asked. They did not mean to question Senior. Please understand." What? His grandson is inside, but my granddaughter is still inside. Am I not worried if he's worried? If you don't trust the person this old man invited, you can think of a way to maintain the formation yourself. I won't stop you. But if you dare to delay and something happens to this old man's granddaughter, let alone your grandson, this old man will make your bloodline disappear from the North Sea. The furious rebuke caused everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines. Their hearts were filled with terror, especially the old man who had spoken earlier. At this moment, his entire face had turned deathly pale. Hai Zhantian coldly snorted, and then his expression quickly turned around. He smiled at Xiao Xian before him and said, "That's right. Sir, please. As long as the people inside can come out safe and sound, I, Hai Zhantian, guarantee that my Sea Shark clan will owe you a favor. Senior is too polite. This matter is reasonable for me to help. As long as I can help the people inside successfully escape danger, I will do my best." Hearing this, Xiao Xian cupped his fists with a solemn face. Then, he stepped forward and sat cross-legged in front of the entrance of the empty realm. Just as he was about to make a move, he turned around and looked at Hai Zhantian again. He said with a solemn face, then, he said with a grave expression, "Senior, this is the first time I have come into contact with the underwater void realm. Therefore, I am not completely confident that I can repair it, so, don't worry, just do it. I won't blame you. If anything happens, this old man will take responsibility for it." Hai Zhantian naturally understood the meaning behind Xiao Xian's words. He immediately nodded without hesitation. Then, his sharp gaze slowly swept across the two clans behind him. Anyone who met his gaze involuntarily lowered their heads. Then, Xiao Xian no longer hesitated. He calmed his mind and began to mobilize all of his spiritual strength. It turned into waves of golden light and poured into the huge energy vortex in front of him without reservation. Sure enough, after a short while, as the golden light poured in, the violent shaking of the underwater void realm gradually calmed down. Even the seawater that was constantly pouring in was cut off. Seeing this scene, everyone's face suddenly revealed a surprised expression. The stabilization of the underwater void realm was undoubtedly the result they wanted to see the most. However, things did not seem to be that simple. In front of the crowd, Hai Mochen and Hai Zhantian were still frowning. They knew that the scene in front of them was only the surface. Even if the surface was calm, there must be an undercurrent under the water. The underwater void realm was a natural formation. How could it be so easy to repair it? In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Although only 2 days had passed, Xiao Xian's body, which was already slightly illusory, had already become transparent, and his massive soul power was still constantly being consumed. On the other hand, no one had stepped out of the underwater void realm in front of them yet. According to the current situation, if the seabed void realm returned to stability, then the Sea Clan people would definitely escape from it quickly. However, judging from the current situation, the situation was not as smooth as they had imagined. Cough cough, at a certain moment, the illusionary Xiao Xian finally withdrew from his long-seated state. He coughed intensely as he slowly turned his body around. Xiao Yan, who had been observing him from behind, hurriedly moved and stepped forward to help him up. Sensing the weak aura in Xiao Xian's body, Xiao Yan could not help but reveal a worried expression. At the same time, all the people of the Sea tribe present also looked at Xiao Xian with anticipation. "Sir, how is the situation inside?" Hai Zhantian suppressed the emotions in his heart and asked Xiao Xian in a low voice. Xiao Xian slowly shook his head when he heard that. Everyone's heart sank when they saw that. They never thought that they would fail at the last moment. Immediately, many of the people present could not help but reveal a mournful expression. If they had known this would happen, they would not have let their juniors enter the underwater void realm. Who would have thought that the training ground that they had always held in high regard would actually become their grave in the end? This really caused everyone present to feel endless regret in their hearts. "Senior, my spiritual strength is limited, and I can't completely repair the entrance of the underwater void realm. However, in my opinion, it's not like we don't have any other way." Xiao Xian's sudden words were like a willow branch that was extended to them when they were stuck in a swamp. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Xiao Xian again in unison with a fiery light in their eyes. Xiao Xian did not dare to delay any longer when he sensed everyone's gazes on him. After panting for a moment, he stared at Hai Zhantian and said in a serious voice, after taking a breather, he said in a serious tone, "We must choose one person to enter the underwater void realm and use external force to open the array that seals the entrance." Chapter 1030. The moment Xiao Xian's words sounded, the people present immediately faced each other. After a couple of breaths, a series of shouts immediately sounded. I am willing to go in. Let me open that tunnel." "Me too, I also want to go in." Faced with this situation, Xiao Xian could not help but frown. He opened his mouth, but the words that came out of his mouth were easily drowned out by the shouts of the crowd. "All of you, shut up." Soon after, Hai Zhantian let out a loud cry. A frightening pressure immediately descended on the heads of the people behind him. The people, who had been arguing non-stop a moment ago, instantly became quiet. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian could not help but sigh in their hearts. It was really good to have strength. It was convenient to do anything, and one did not need to worry when speaking. Instead, one needed others to listen to them. "Didn't you hear what Mr. said earlier? Only one person can be chosen to enter. Moreover, that person's cultivation must be below the origin transformation realm. Your group of old fellows is neither strong nor weak. How can you enter?" Seeing that everyone had become quiet, Hai Zhantian's expression was gloomy as he cursed. The people behind him all lowered their heads in fear. They did not even have the courage to look at the former. A long while later, the current tribe leaders of the Sea Serpent tribe and the Sea Shark tribe finally exchanged glances with each other. After which, they raised their heads with some hesitation and looked at Hai Zhantian. The red-haired tribe leader of the Sea Serpent tribe was the first to speak. "Elder Hai, since this is the case, why don't you choose one of the elite Do-Di from my Sea Serpent tribe who has accompanied us on this trip? These people are all members of my Sea Serpent tribe's Central Abyss Mansion." Their fighting strength is definitely among the top among those of the same level. Since you have already helped us invite a formation master, leave the matter of opening the entrance to the void realm to us." As he spoke, the middle-aged man waved his hand. Immediately, 20 people swiftly passed through the crowd and arrived beside the middle-aged man. They immediately bowed to Hai Zhantian. Turning his head, Hai Zhantian's gaze swept over these 20 people one by one. 29-star Do Di. This kind of group could be considered not bad. Elder Hai can choose as you wish. These 20 people are all from my Yuan mansion, no need, not a single one of them. However, before the middle-aged man could finish speaking, Hai Zhantian spoke in disdain. Immediately, it was not just the middle-aged man. Even the leaders of the Sea Serpent clan behind him paled. Although these 20 people could not be considered strong, they were definitely extremely strong existences among the Do Di class. It could be said that no one of the same class was a match for them. The reason for this was due to the cruel selection system of the Sea Serpent tribe. The strength of the existences who stood out from the slaughter was something that even the younger generation of the Sea Shark tribe could not help but sigh in admiration. However, Hai Zhantian's words were like a heavy blow to the hearts of these people, immediately igniting their anger. "Father, the vice-captain of our Sea Shark clan's Black Shark troop is also here. Why don't we let him try?" After which, the blue-robed middle-aged man beside the red-haired middle-aged man involuntarily smiled in an embarrassed manner. He glanced at the person beside him before dryly laughing at Hai Zhantian. The faces of the leaders of the Sea Serpent clan immediately became gloomy when these words were uttered. The reason why Hai Zhantian said that the people from their Yuan mansion were not good was because he only trusted his own clan members. Immediately, someone involuntarily cried out loudly. "Chief Hai, I heard that the vice-captain of your Black Shark troop is already an advanced 9-star Do Di at such a young age. Since this is the case, why don't you let our two clans compete and see if the people from our Yuan mansion have the strength to enter the emptiness stage at the bottom of the sea? If we do, let our Yuan mansion, Elder Huan, I do not mean it that way. Enough. All of you shut up. I do not need any of these people. There is someone here who is more suitable than any of them." Before the words from the mouths of the two people behind him sounded, Hai Zhantian cried out angrily with an impatient face. Immediately, the two people behind him became quiet. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was beside Xiao Xian, involuntarily raised his eyebrows. He seemed to have already guessed who the person that Hai Zhantian was talking about was. As expected, the latter's gaze landed on Xiao Yan soon after. The corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. Hai Zhantian, on the other hand, stepped forward with a face full of smiles. "Little fellow, I'll leave this matter to you." Xiao Yan helplessly smiled bitterly when he heard this. Since the other party had already put it in such a manner, he would feel a little apologetic if he did not step forward. Additionally, there was also Hai Machen's relationship. It was likely that he must intervene in this matter. Since Elder has said so, this junior will naturally do his best. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yan nodded heavily with a solemn expression. He knew that since Hai Zhantian had chosen him without much consideration, it meant that Hai Zhantian had absolute confidence in him. Now, the burden of this matter had once again landed on his shoulders. "Elder, let him go? How can we do this? Putting aside the fact that he is not a member of our Sea clan, just his mere cultivation of a 7-star Do Di is enough for anyone from our Yuan clan to crush him. If we allow him to go, wouldn't we be disregarding the future of our Sea clan? Elder Hai, this matter concerns the future of our Sea clan. This matter is of great importance. This junior also hopes that you can reconsider." Father, this, in an instant, not only the leaders of the two clans, but even the two clan heads had once again voiced their objections. The voices of objection grew louder and louder. Hai Zhantian's expression had once again become gloomy. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan by the side narrowed his eyes. The corner of his mouth carried a slight smile. His body flashed and in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of the 20 people from the Yuan clan. He did not pay any attention to the reprimands from the sea species leaders behind him. His eyes swept across the 20 people with a sharp gaze. Soon after, he smiled and said, "Since all of you are the best among the elite Do-di, why don't we do it this way? We will have a simple competition. Within 3 rounds, as long as any of you can touch the corner of my clothes, I will voluntarily withdraw from the matter of the underwater void realm." Once these faint words were emitted, not only did the 29-star Do-di from the Yuan clan in front of him, but even the expressions of the Sea clan leaders behind him also changed. "Humph, arrogant human brat. It is not up to you to intervene in the matters of our Sea clan. There is no need for them to attack together. As long as you can receive one of my attacks, we will admit defeat." An advanced 9-star Do-di stepped out from among the 20 people from the Yuan clan with a ferocious expression. His extremely cold voice also spread. Chapter 1031. As these words spread, the crowd behind immediately quietened down. Numerous gazes that were filled with ridicule and disdain swept back and forth between Xiao Yan and the person from the Yuan mansion. On the other hand, Hai Zhantian and Hai Machin, after hearing the conversation between the two, one had a cold expression while the other had a mocking expression. "Father, what do you think?" Seeing the 2 people in the arena who had drawn their swords in the blink of an eye, the clan leader of the Sea Shark clan involuntarily turned his gaze to Hai Zhantian. However, when he saw the cold expression on Hai Zhantian's face, the words that had reached his mouth were forcefully swallowed back down. "All right, let's end this quickly." Xiao Yan rubbed his eyebrows and replied indifferently. Immediately, his right hand slowly clenched into a fist. A powerful force gathered in his palm. The remaining people from the Yuan mansion behind the 9-star Do-di exchanged glances with each other. Immediately, they took the initiative to take a few steps back, leaving the space in front of them for the 2 of them. Numerous gazes revealed an expression of disdain when they looked at Xiao Yan. One could imagine the result of a 7-star Do-di facing a 9-star Do-di even if one used one's heel. Humph, he actually dares to accept it. This brat is really seeking death. Shuekui once killed 10 Do-di with his own strength. This brat is actually stupid enough to agree to be his opponent. I'm afraid that he would be crippled with just one punch from Shuekui. Ha 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 ha. The group of people from the Yuan mansion crossed their arms as they looked at the 2 people in front of them. Their words were filled with cold laughter. Although the 2 of them had yet to attack, they seemed to have already seen Xiao Yan's miserable and painful appearance when he was defeated. Of course, not everyone had the same thoughts. At the very least, the clan leaders of the 2 large Sea clans involuntarily carried some doubt when they looked at Xiao Yan. A person who was thought so highly of by Hai Zhantian dared to take the initiative to attack, and dared to say such unruly words in the face of 29-star Do-di. This kind of person was either a fool or someone who had absolute confidence in his own strength. And the Xiao Yan in front of him was obviously not a fool. Although they had already thought of this point in their hearts, these 2 clan heads still involuntarily held some doubt in their hearts. After all, even from their point of view, the gap between Xiao Yan and this 9-star Do-di was really too great. No matter how they looked at it, it was impossible for Xiao Yan to win. "Humph, kid, I admire your courage. But unfortunately, many things can't be done with courage alone." Shuekui sneered as he looked at Xiao Yan with a ferocious expression. The do-qi in his body began to circulate and flow into the various meridians in his body. "You really talk a lot of nonsense." Xiao Yan's cold voice followed just as the words were spat out from Shuekui's mouth. Almost at the same time, he stomped his foot heavily and his body immediately charged forward. The short distance charge allowed Xiao Yan to appear in front of Shuekui the instant he moved. Shuekui's expression did not change in the face of Xiao Yan's sudden attack. His feet took half a step back. At the same time, his large fist was abruptly raised. Do-qi surged and covered his entire arm in the blink of an eye. The temporary do-qi turned into a layer of energy crystals that violently collided with Xiao Yan's fist. Die! A loud roar rang out. Almost at the same time, the fists of the 2 men collided with each other. Following the muffled sound of the collision, an invisible energy ripple immediately swept out. Some of the people nearby subconsciously squinted their eyes. Only after that did they focus their eyes again. Their eyes immediately revealed expressions of surprise. An instant after the two fists collided, the surging dou qi that was agglomerated in Xue Kuei's palm immediately poured out. The powerful strength was like a volcanic eruption as it violently struck Xiao Yan's fist. The frightening strength caused the space around the two of them to instantly shatter. Wild and violent energy ripples once again swept outwards. The extremely powerful force caused even the people from the Yuan mansion behind Xue Kuei to involuntarily become serious when they felt it. They believed that no one below the origin transformation realm would be able to block such a ferocious punch, let alone Xiao Yan, who was only a 7-star Dou Di. However, reality once again overturned their guesses in their hearts. The next scene that appeared in front of them made everyone present immediately dumbfounded. Regardless of how ferocious this attack of Xue Kuei was, it was completely blocked by a layer of substance-like golden light when it landed on Xiao Yan's fist. Xiao Yan's body still did not move even a little. The wild storm-like attacks in front of him appeared like a gentle breeze when they landed on his body. They did not cause any ripples. What? How is this possible? Xue Kuei's heart was immediately shocked when he saw this scene. The expression on his face instantly changed drastically. By the time he recovered and looked at Xiao Yan, the latter's statue-like unmoving body finally trembled slightly. Only at this moment did the power on Xiao Yan's arm completely erupt. The extremely powerful force was like a herd of crazy bulls that charged around in an instant. The layer of energy crystal that covered Xue Kuei's entire arm was quickly filled with visible cracks. Immediately after, the moment the energy crystal completely shattered, Xue Kuei's entire arm also uncontrollably twisted. At the same time, his face, which had been filled with malevolence a moment ago, was also twisted. All the bones in his entire arm had already been broken. The thick muscles in his arm appeared to be twisted and tightened as though they were spasming. His face was flushed red. Xiao Yan's punch had basically completely crippled his arm. With his current condition, it was likely that it would be very difficult for him to recover from this injury without a few months' time after he returned. Xue Kuei appeared to be unable to withstand a single blow from the two forces that had erupted one after another. It even caused one to involuntarily wonder if he had really used his full strength. For the dignity of the Sea clan, Xue Kuei would naturally not hold back when he attacked. This punch of his was something that even an expert of the same level would not dare to underestimate. However, when faced with Xiao Yan, one could only say that it was not that Xue Kuei was too weak. Instead, it was that the Xiao Yan he was facing was really too strong. He was so strong that he did not have any room to resist. The unstoppable battle caused everyone in front of Xiao Yan to be shocked. Even the expressions on the faces of the clan heads of the two large Sea clans were extremely interesting. They did not dare to imagine that Xue Kuei, who was a 9-star Dou Di, would actually be defeated in the hands of a 7-star Dou Di. Moreover, he had been defeated in such a straightforward manner. This was really unbelievable. Was this kind of strength really something that a 7-star Dou Di could unleash? Xiao Yan's punch had defeated Xue Kuei, who was a 9-star Dou Di. At the same time, it was like a ruthless slap to the faces of the leaders of the Sea clan behind him. At this moment, their old faces had become ashen. The emotions in their hearts were turbulent. Everyone looked at each other and realized that everyone's eyes were filled with a rich shock. This brat, how could he is clearly just a 7-star Dou Di. Damn it, he injured Xue Kuei. Let's attack together and make this brat pay the price. As for the remaining 19 people from the Yuan mansion, their faces were filled with disbelief. At the same time, there was even more anger on their faces. With a stern cry, the bodies of the 19 people shook. A powerful aura immediately surged out from their bodies as they attempted to attack Xiao Yan again. Enough. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. This is the method that you chose. A loss is a loss. Now, the most important thing is the matter of the empty realm at the bottom of the sea. You are actually fighting over such a matter. Do you want others to see that the Yuan mansion that my sea serpent clan has nurtured is such a group of unruly people? However, just as the remaining 19 people from the Yuan mansion were about to attack, the red-haired, middle-aged man, who was the clan leader, finally berated them with a gloomy face. Immediately, everyone, including the clan members behind him, quieted down. The dignity of a clan leader was vividly displayed at this moment. Subsequently, the red-haired, middle-aged man looked at Xiao Yan again. His expression changed, and he immediately revealed a kind smile. "Little brother, I hope you don't take the matter of the empty realm to heart. If possible, we still hope that you can handle the matter of the empty realm at the bottom of the sea." As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone present knew that the Sea Serpent clan had declared defeat. Immediately after, the clan leader of the Sea Shark clan also stepped forward and cupped his fists to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan naturally did not dare to neglect these two people. He gently shook, and after shaking off Shui Kuei, who was in front of him, he bowed to the two and said, "You are both very polite. Seniors, you're too polite. Since I've already promised Senior High, I'll naturally do my best. As for what happened just now, I didn't take it to heart. Please rest assured." Hearing this, the two people secretly heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Sky-devouring dragon, control your clan members well. Let them think clearly about their status. If it were not for the matter of the empty realm at the bottom of the sea, I would have already killed most of the idiots behind you. If this old man doesn't come out, have you all forgotten who I am? At this moment, Hai Zhantian once again stepped forward and arrived beside Xiao Yan. His extremely cold gaze swept over everyone in front of him. Finally, it returned to the two people in front of him. The words that were spat out from his mouth caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble. They did not doubt the truth of Hai Zhantian's words. If it was in the past, it was likely that Hai Zhantian would have already become furious and used his blood blade to intimidate everyone. However, after so many years, his temper had become much more restrained. However, this did not mean that he would allow these people to do whatever they wanted. After this matter was over, Hai Zhantian would probably make fun of some of them. Chapter 1032. Xiao Yan, I will temporarily stabilize the space of the underwater void realm. You just have to take advantage of this time to enter the entrance of the underwater void realm and shatter the formations that seal the entrance. This way, the people inside can leave the underwater void realm. Xiao Xian, whose body was faint and ethereal beside Xiao Yan, spoke in a faint voice. The latter gently nodded. If it was only like this, it would not be too difficult. Ancestor, are you okay? Xiao Yan turned his head. He looked at the ethereal Xiao Xian in front of him and involuntarily asked in a worried manner. I just lost some soul power. I just need to rest for a while to recover. What's important now is the underwater void realm. You should go in quickly before anything happens. Okay. Seeing Xiao Xian like this, Xiao Yan didn't say anything else and nodded heavily. His figure flashed slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of the entrance of the underwater void realm. Xiao Yan, please. Before Xiao Yan entered the underwater void realm, Hai Zhantian once again cupped his fists at Xiao Yan. The latter also nodded with a serious face, and with a twist of his body, he turned around and entered the underwater void realm. In the outside world, when everyone saw Xiao Yan enter the underwater void realm, their hearts were in their mouths. There was both anticipation and worry in their eyes. Xiao Yan's success or failure was related to the future fate of the entire Sea Clan. How could the rulers of the Sea Clan not be nervous? At this moment, the only one who could be at ease was probably Hai Machin. Perhaps it was because of the subtle connection between the two of them that made Hai Machin have absolute confidence in Xiao Yan. Even Xiao Xian didn't have that. At least, he couldn't help but worry about Xiao Yan's safety. When Xiao Yan entered the underwater virtual realm, the world in front of him was suddenly filled with white light. The dazzling light made Xiao Yan unable to help but close his eyes. He raised his hand to cover the light in front of him. It was not until a long time later that he gradually adapted to it. When Xiao Yan opened his eyes, the white light in front of him gradually dimmed, and his vision became clear. The blue flowing light was like flowing water as it surged into the depths of the enormous energy tunnel that was hundreds of feet in diameter. The azure light illuminated the entire tunnel until it was bright. Xiao Yan's gaze looked into the distance. The end of the tunnel was the destination of his trip to the empty realm at the bottom of the sea. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yan moved and quickly flew towards the depths of the tunnel. Half an hour later, Xiao Yan's flying figure slowly came to a stop. A huge formation had appeared in front of him. It stood in the middle of the tunnel and blocked Xiao Yan's path. This was the problem Xiao Yan needed to solve on this trip. A powerful energy aura spread out from the formation. The mysterious runes flickered with a bright blue light. The solid formation looked as clear and bright as crystal, giving off an indestructible feeling. Approaching it, Xiao Yan slowly extended his hand. Qi gathered in his palm, and then he carefully pressed it against the formation in front of him. Hum hum hum, the moment Xiao Yan's hand was placed on the formation, the energy contained within the formation immediately agglomerated under Xiao Yan's hand. Immediately, one could hear a low and deep bang sound. Xiao Yan's hand was sent flying by the energy. At the same time, Xiao Yan's feet also subconsciously took half a step back. Raising his eyes, Xiao Yan looked at the formation in front of him with surprise. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The virtual realm fruit at the bottom of the sea was indeed formed by the power of the world. The energy contained in it was much more powerful than an ordinary formation. However, even so, it didn't mean that Xiao Yan couldn't break it. Force elephant tactic. With a low shout in his heart, the enormous power hidden in his muscles suddenly erupted. The moment his right fist clenched tightly, the muscles on his entire arm bulged high. With a raise and a fall of his arm, the wind from his fist whistled. Immediately after, the vast and mighty power was like a flash flood as it poured out in torrents, fiercely bombarding the array in front of him. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, the entire formation shook violently. Circles of energy ripples surged out from the formation. Unfortunately, although Xiao Yan's attack was powerful, it didn't seem to cause any real damage to the formation. In this regard, Xiao Yan didn't show any surprise on his face. After all, this was the power of the world. If it was so easy to break, it would be too inferior. One punch wasn't enough. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan punched again. This time, it wasn't any weaker than the previous punch. The place where the ripples were stirred up a moment ago surged again. At the same time, Xiao Yan's powerful bombardment fell again like continuous raindrops. Boom 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 boom, after dozens of consecutive punches, the entire formation began to shake. In the end, the formation even caved in at the place where Xiao Yan's fist landed. Finally, Xiao Yan relied on his powerful physical strength to forcefully break the formation. After breaking the formation, Xiao Yan finally sighed in relief. With his strength, even a 9-star Do-D wouldn't be able to endure his continuous attacks. However, this formation was actually able to endure for such a long time. This was enough to show how powerful this formation was. However, just as Xiao Yan was panting and relaxing in his heart, Xiao Yan discovered that there was actually another formation quietly standing not far from this formation after the formation was shattered. Seeing this scene, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily twitched. He was stunned in his heart. Xiao Xian only told him that he had to break the formation inside in order to save the people and leave. However, he didn't tell him how many such formations there were. Was it 1 or 2, 10, or 100? Or even more? If that was the case, regardless of how great Xiao Yan's ability was, he wouldn't be able to save the people. Xiao Yan involuntarily cursed in his heart when he thought of this. It was a long while later before he withdrew his thoughts. His body flashed and arrived in front of the next formation. Since Xiao Xian allowed him to enter without worry, it was likely that there wouldn't be much of a problem with the formations here. After all, if there were too many of them, how could Xiao Xian, who was clearly aware of the strength of this formation, not inform Xiao Yan beforehand? Soon after, another round of wild bombardment began. In order to reduce the time and prevent any other unforeseen events from occurring, Xiao Yan's attacks this time around had become much sharper and more powerful. With merely over 10 fierce punches, he forcefully shattered the second formation. As expected, a third formation appeared soon after. This time around, Xiao Yan did not hesitate much. He used a powerful Daoist skill to suppress the formation the moment he attacked. With merely 3 feet of strength, he forcefully shattered the formation. However, soon after, the next formation appeared. Only when the 7th formation was broken did Xiao Yan, who was already feeling a little impatient in his heart, hear the noisy cries from the other end of the tunnel.